Okay, session is started. Okay, you're realizing. You
So
are.
I'm gonna let the party know. Keep watch. Zombies, defend me and my companions.
Our
And
action's already in the round. You asked us to do it last session.
Mm-hmm. So Umbra's
And so-
playing for Cure Light Wounds.
yes, I will be memorizing. It will take me 15 minutes.
Okay. For the sake of not fucking you all over, because Golden couldn't be here, I'm gonna run Umbra as the heal bot right now. So
Okay.
Umbra, I don't know how many Cure Light Wounds she has, so she started praying for it, so I'm gonna keep her in sync with you, and then she'll get one and spend it, and get one and spend it, because I don't know what her other spell slots look like.
Umbra did say that she was going to heal Scorpius first, I believe.
I believe that healing... Scorpius, have you been healed by Umbra yet?
She slapped one healing on me already.
Okay, so in this case, I believe Umbra has spent that healing. I don't know what else she's got, unfortunately.
But not Doris, but Golden did say that he was not going to heal Doris for some reason. Like that'll come later.
Alright. Well, party. We have Chromide and Umbra praying. We have the 10 cystic zombies risen from their dead. And kind of just standing still and moaning slightly as the zombies do. The rest of y'all. Borgov is kind of on standby right now. Doris and Scorpius, what are you two doing?
I'm hurt. I'm sitting on my wagon.
Okay.
Unless we're still hauling off the stuff for the corpses.
At this point, the corpses have been more or less dealt with, because casting Animate Dead takes a turn for a magic user.
May I recover arrows?
Doris, how many arrows did you spend?
I have shot 5.
You've shot 5. Do you know how many of those hit?
3 of those hit. 2 of
3 of those
were
hit.
off.
Okay. Saves on a 6 or better. You will recover those 3. As for the others, are you going to look for them?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Give me a second there, Scorpius. It's a no for the first. Definite no for the second. Okay, Doris, you will not find those 2 after an immediate scan, and I'll get back to you. Scorpius, you're looking over at their camp. You can still see in the distance, although it's starting to fade now, there is a column, if you will, of them. Dozens of them that are fleeing to the north. It's just the open desert. You can see targets from far away. The campsite itself has apparently been set to the torch. You're not sure if that was you that did that, or if they decided to burn the ground behind them to slow you down.
Go over and try and put out the fire, or...
What are you using to extinguish it?
They're in the desert. I could easily just smother the flames with sand.
So you're smothering the flames with sand, okay.
Let's see if I could go over.
Are you?
I'm gonna go over invisible.
You're going over it while invisible, duly noted. So, Doris, you will notice Scorpius isn't there, and you'll look around and he's not there anymore. You didn't see him go invis, so you're not sure. Umbra and Chromide are praying still. Okay, so you head over there, Scorpius. Alright, what are you doing once you're there? You're smothering the nearest tent?
I'm smothering out the fires.
Alright, well, good
Well,
news
of course, I would also look to see if there's any guards or if they're all left.
Well, to the best of your knowledge, no one else is there. You don't have to do too much work trying to smother the fires, because after 10 minutes, the cloth tent doesn't burn for that long. Like, they had the wooden frame to hold it together, and that will burn for a bit, but, yeah. Chromide and Umbra will finish their spells at this point, Scorpius. So Umbra looks around, and Scorpius is not there. She'll call out. Scorpius, give me a perception check.
How far away is the camp?
Y'all were about 30 feet or so.
Okay, so not that far.
No, not far at all.
14, my perception is 15.
Alright, you will hear Umbra call out asking for you.
Oh, unvis. Do I see anything else on fire?
Yeah, this was one tent that, okay, duly noted to Chromid. That's going to take you 10 minutes.
Of course. I'm going for smoke.
Yeah, go for that smoke. Give me a second to adjust the wheel of time, BTW. So that was 15 minutes for prayer becomes there. Okay, where were we? So, Scorpius, you go visible once again. Umbra does see you, by the way. You're looking around. Yeah, most of the tents appear to have been put to the torch. You realize that these are tents you didn't set on fire. The cystic burned to the ground behind them.
Well, then I'll just continue trying to put them all out.
Okay.
It's the scorch earth policy.
It's the fuck you, we're believing policy, but yeah.
Well, is the big tent on fire?
Yeah, they sacked that one, it looks like. But as you poke around in it, you can see there was stuff in there. It appears to have been moved. Like, there's the dragging of maybe 2 or 3 chests. You can sort of see the imprints in the sand, and those follow the various trails and tracks that lead north.
Are there anything left in it? Like, I know they couldn't take all of it. There was very few
Alright.
left.
Let me check. So inside the command tent, if you will, there appeared to have been wooden chairs, maybe some tables and such. Most of that is on fire. Are you continuing your investigations after smothering it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Umbra comes on trotting up and says, hold still for a minute. You're holding still?
I'm holding still.
Alright, she heals you for 1 hit point. Damn it. And she goes back to the wagons to pray. So at this point, Chromid has another 7 minutes on his thing while she prays.
I would have told her to tell Bossman I'm over here putting out fires and looking through those stuff. Which
Okay.
it seems will be a while.
Sooner than you think. Y'all are gonna hate me. Alright, anyway, so Umbra says, sure, and she'll go back. Chromid, you're casting your spell, and Umbra will wait for you to finish casting your spell. Damn, actually, that's a good point. Would she start her next thing? She'll wait. She knows she's seen you raise it before, so yeah. Okay, so the next 7 minutes, Scorpius, you're picking through the campsite. I really didn't think that anyone was going to bother, so I didn't roll up what would still be there, and the cystic did put it to the torch. If you think reasonably some shit would have survived that you're interested in, let me know what you're looking for.
Well, sitting in the fire, did they start it after everyone else was done leaving, or...
Half the camp essentially went out to engage you all, the other half was like, guys, at this point we've taken enough casualties, we need to burn the ground. So they said about dragging the chests away, getting the queen escorted out, and lighting the place on fire.
While I was in the middle of it? Like...
No, this was back when y'all were, not ambushed, but they were like, wait, we'll bargain. Actually, no, fuck that and fuck you.
Yeah, but remember, I was in the camp and they weren't doing anything after that. Like, you had 2 guards stationed at the front and no one was moving anything.
Then, alright, my, time thing might be off there. Apologies for the miscommunication.
They probably just finished the job you started.
Yeah, basically. Alright. Regardless, Aiden, is there something in particular you're looking for here? Rations, supplies, blah blah blah, that I can help you narrow down your search for?
Pretty much anything they didn't want to take with them or they couldn't take with them. Maybe some books or... They had casters, so I'm assuming there has to be at least something worthwhile.
Alright. I'll get back to you on that. You're gonna spend a while looking, fair warning. Like the next 10 minutes worth. Okay, Chromid, you will finish your spell and another 10 cystic raise up from their graves.
Alright.
Umbra says that Scorpius is poking through the camp looking for anything, but it's pretty on fire. Okay, let me adjust time, because that takes another 10 minutes, put us there. Party, it is like lunchtime proper. Y'all are feeling kind of hungry.
Oh, I should have had Umber ask Bossman if he could do a hellstorm over the fire. That would have put him all out.
Okay.
Dungeon Master, would you allow me if I found something edible that wasn't burnt all the hell to eat? Actually, you know what? Even if it was burnt all the hell to eat, I'd probably still eat it.
Alright.
Because
Give me a second, I got a phone call. Be right back.
Dun. 19 meals.
Sorry about that, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, so, here's a question I don't normally need to ask, party. How long are you going to eat for?
Uh, 15 minutes. I'm going to eat while I'm walking around positioning the zombies.
Alright. 15 minutes becomes that. Okay. Scorpius, let's tackle you. You're looking around for something there that might be edible?
I'm sure they left some food.
Oh yeah, there
Even if
appears
it's
to be, like, feed for the Zytar. It's pretty well cooked, as in burnt. Do you want to try some?
Well, then why not? I'm already here.
Alright. Yeah, it doesn't taste good.
Yeah, if it's food, it's food.
You're gonna continue eating it even though it doesn't taste good?
Yeah.
Okay, duly noted. Scorpius, you'll have a meal's worth of Zytar feed. Let's see. Okay, Crowmaid, you're, walking around, talking to the zombies, positioning them. How are you positioning them?
At least like 5 feet between them and in a circle around us.
Okay. You walk over here with me, stand here and defend if something attacks. Like, tell me what you're telling them.
Okay. One at a time, I'll tell them, follow me. Move them into position. Stop here. Defend us against anything that attacks me or these people that are with me or our animals.
Okay. Zombies obviously aren't intelligent enough to, like, salute and go, yes, Commander, but you believe that
Yeah.
they are going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you will conclude doing that, finish your food, everyone else you'll finish your food. It's about 12:15 or so. What is the party doing at this time?
Okay, has Scorpius came back yet?
Scorpius, after eating your helping of Zytar feed, are you coming back?
Have I found anything worth note?
Honestly, I didn't roll up anything that would be worth note, and... Alright, here, I'll give it a percentile die roll. Let's call it that percent something interesting. No, nothing interesting at this time. You've been searching for that long. Let's do another one. Yeah, nothing.
Not even spare coins? Or... No? Okay.
Sorry. I really am not quite sure the best way to run this, so I gave it to the percentile dice, and we wanted low and got 70s and 80s.
Okay.
I'll give you a wild card, if you will. If I think later, you know what, Scorpius should have found this, then I'll message you about it, and you'll have recovered it quietly without the party knowing, and you can choose to share it later. Sound good? I'll put some more thought into this. I just don't want to drag the session down.
No, that's fine. You just weren't expecting someone to look.
No, I wasn't. Monkeys went up the ventilation shaft.
So honestly, they should have been this is what would have been there in the lair. So.
Oh no, the treasure. Like I mentioned, those chests that they dragged away that seemed pretty heavy. That's their treasure. But that's what the queen had. She knows what she has. She has it in chests, and that shit is in the wind. Figuratively speaking.
I should have killed the queen.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but did not.
Oh well, I will not make that same mistake twice. But yeah, I'll go back.
Okay. Coromid, you'll see Scorpius heading back from the mostly burnt-out ruins of the campsite.
Okay, good. Did we bring one wagon or two this time?
You brought one.
One. Line.
Okay. Comrades, please load up on the wagon so that we can get back to the keep and take care of everyone's property. And with that, I'll mount up on Jaziel. Zombies! And I will point. Begin traveling in that direction.
Okay, you're pointing at the keep.
Follow.
What, Lydia?
Wouldn't it have been easier just to say follow?
I could, but I can get them a head start since they move slow.
Yeah, but they also only know basic commands.
Yes, that's why I pointed and said, move that direction. They're going to keep moving until I give them a different order.
Okay.
And that way we can let them set the pace, and then we just keep pace with them. And if they stumble across something that jumps up out of the sand and tries to eat people, it'll get a zombie and not one of us.
Oh, clever.
Zombies make wonderful mind detectors.
Okay. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, so how much distance are you letting the zombies get between y'all as y'all load up and head out?
I'm going to give the zombies about 10 feet in front of me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just following Boss Man since I'm driving and
Okay.
people are kind of just AFK.
Well,
Yeah.
party, you all are going to be traveling for about 5 minutes. And, Kuromi, check your messages.
Oh, shit. Zombies, follow this wagon. Friends, meet me at the keep as soon as you can. Teleporting Dungeon Master to the roof of the keep.
Okay. Alright, let's flip this up. Party, Ikromid and Jaziel are going to pop out of existence as he teleports away. What are you guys doing at this time as the zombies are now following the wagon?
Scorpius those Doris know how to get back to there.
You both know how to get back to there. You came on the way in. So you're heading back?
Yeah, I guess we're heading back.
Okay, duly noted. Alright, let's deal with you all real quickly. You gonna have an encounter on the way back? We'll have to deal with that later. You know what, Ikromid, we're gonna handle you, because I know you're not happy. You see now why I was being so asinine about the time. I roll that up, and it's like, oh, boy.
Great, at least I had 40 minutes.
You did. Like, that was good. Okay, so, Ikromid, obviously I have calculated at this point the range for the Helm of Teleportation. It is sufficient to teleport you and Jaziel, and you both will make it to the, actually, let me do the tests. Yeah, you both make it to the top of the thing. And, yeah. The cat is there, smashing away at the door. Almost solidly pure white, howling and yowling something awful. It is very big. What are you doing?
Okay, but Hassan and the rest of the homebodies are inside my room, right?
They are inside at this point, yes.
Okay. Zeal's a damn cat. I'm going in. And I'm going down the stairs, Dungeon Master.
Okay. Did you give Jaziel any commands? Otherwise, he's up on the roof.
No, I didn't give him any commands. I don't know if he could get inside and do anything, but I don't want to face hitting him with the heavy stuff.
Okay. He's on the
Hey,
roof.
Dungeon Master. When I get down the stairs, has it broken down the door yet?
No. You have maybe a minute or two before that door gives, though. It's starting to
Fireball!
give. Fireball. Okay, so how are you doing this?
I'm direct casting down the hall at the kitty.
Oh no, allow me to explain. The kitty is outside the keep, smashing away at the front door.
Oh.
Wind that back.
Okay,
You're back on the
in that
roof.
case, I'm fireballing straight down.
Straight down. Okay. How tall is this thing? Fireball might actually hit you. You'll aim it in a way it doesn't hit you. Okay. Okay, this is the fireball spell. What's the thing on that?
Casting time
Mm-hmm.
should be 3 segments.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. 3 segments. Okay, 3 segments. Is this thing gonna notice, yeah? No, it's focused on that door. Dice your damage.
Son of a bitch.
Roll high.
10, 20, 25, 27. $33 hit points.
33. Nice. This thing is smoking. Fire does indeed seem to hurt it. Anyway, you got its attention.
Fireball again.
Okay, that's your option for next round?
Hell yeah.
In
And
that
I'm
case, Des
dismounted.
initiative.
I have a 3.
You have a 3. Okay, so this cat's gonna spring and jump up onto the roof, and that's when Jazeel takes flight with you on him. And the way he's moving is trying to keep you where you can still see the cat. So you're in the air at this point. Jazeel moves much faster than this thing can. It jumps up and he's already off. So let's see. Will it try and attack? It should be able to get 1 attack at him, I would say. And it 20'd. Yikes. Alright. I didn't expect that. Let's see.
Was
This
it
thing...
attacking me or Jazeel?
Jazeel. So for this thing to hit Jazeel, at that it needed that 20, so it's just normal damage. So Jazeel, mark off 4 points of damage.
Just go through?
He did not think to do that, because I did not think to do that, unfortunately.
Jazeel.
Anywho.
Okay.
Alright, at this point, though, he will manage to carry you out of range of this thing, as it's over there on the ground, and dice your damage.
$10, 20, 26, 32.
Akroromid, congratulations. You throw that second fireball at it, and it goes down. There's this
Jazeel,
explosion of white fur as it hits the ground. Limp.
Close in. I want to make sure.
Alright. So this white fur is like falling through the air now. It's like this thing exploded, if you will, but it's still there. You can see the original tabby coat under it, and it's shrinking down to the size of a normal cat again, but it's limp and motionless.
Fire gout.
Alright, you fire gout, you crisp it. It's charred corpse.
Ah.
GG, Akromid. GG.
Well, that's the 8th death.
Find Jazeel's wounds.
Okay, Jazeel, 1 hit point restored. Akromid, I want to say 2 bandages, but I think 1 should be sufficient, really.
Okay.
Okay. Fireball for the 8th death,
Well.
and boom. Okay, other party. Y'all unfortunately are kind of in the dark for that, which is a shame, because that was fucking awesome.
How many miles away were they?
Oh, 12.
12 miles?
Yeah, y'all traveled 12 miles to get to the cystic.
Would they have seen the fireball? Clear skies.
It's true. Scorpius and Doras, give me perception checks.
At 20, I don't see shit.
I'm too busy trying to drive because I forgot where to go.
Alright, yeah, they should have, but they both got nat 20s. That was brilliant. You both can take 5 XP each, because that's fucking hysterical.
Fireball for the win.
I'm an XP whore. I will take that gladly.
Alright.
Come on.
Give me a second to put that in XP calc. Cat, 8th life, Akromid, you can... I'll message you something.
Actually, wait, no. I'm gonna do something else. Backtracking. That's a 7. That's a 6. So that'd be 4. So no, that's it. There, and then I'll put the 1 over here. Make that an 8. Make it a nice even number over there.
Okay, so, at this point, Scorpius, Doras, Borgoth, and Umbra. You're only traveling at the standard 2 miles per hour, I assume, so that will be 6 hours of travel. Duly noted, Akromid.
Okay, Dungeon Master, I will inform Kassan and the other occupants of the keep that I have slain the cat again.
Yeah, the kids are worried because they got a glimpse of that thing and it was scary. Much bigger than last time.
It has one life left.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, so that white fur, by the way, Akromid, it's still kind of hanging in the air, falling to the ground slowly.
Nice.
Yeah. It's like a miniature snowball explosion.
Okay.
Okay. Other than that, away party. We're gonna switch away from you, Akromid. You can type stuff out if you need to.
Okay,
Away
I'm going to
party.
go for smoke real quick.
Yeah. So, away party, you will be traveling for a few hours, and you will see a couple jackals. They don't approach you all. Are you doing anything with that? They're maybe 60 yards to the left. You know, they see you over a sand dune, and they're looking at you. Small, scrawny little dogs, but there's only 2 of them.
It's a jackal from before.
Is it?
Can I roll for insight?
Sure. Roll me a d20. I'm curious.
7.
Scorpius, you don't think these are the ones from before. The snout looks a little bit
Okay.
different.
Then just continue on.
Okay, you made that non-encounter a continuously non-encounter. Beautiful. 6 hours after you all depart from the Cystic camp, you will make it there. And I wish Akromid was here, but oh well. Although I didn't roll for the keep. Well, the keep only gets a... Okay, keep's fine. Yep, you all will be there, and it will be close to nightfall, maybe an hour and a half till. I know Grills is still away, so I'm just going to put new, comma, 1.5 hours till nightfall, comma, party has made it to the keep.
And I
Excuse me.
assume that Umber would have helped Dora's inside.
Yeah, she's supporting you, Dorez, as you all do the 3-legged, well, 2.5-legged walk inside. And then she's going to be Healbot for a bit. Okay, the stars aligned pretty well there. When I rolled up that the cat would be attacking the keep on that day at that time and y'all went out to the Cystic, I was like, fuck, the cat's attacking when they're gone. Shit. So then it was like, okay, I know Chromie's gonna get warning from Critter, of course. Fuck. But yeah, 2 fireballs and the thing went down, with a fire gout added on for dramatic effect. Chromie, by the way, it's been 6 hours. If you wish to study those spells back, you'll get that.
Okay. I was going to do a different thing, but I'll take that.
What were you gonna do?
I was going to go out to meet them.
Oh, alright, well, that's up to you. No encounters were really had. They saw a couple jackals after 2 hours, but no encounter was had. So however y'all wish to do it, it works.
Well, that should put me full up on spells then with 6 hours. And full up on hit points.
Yeah, huh? That's a good point. I forgot to track that. No.
Well, at this point, I was only down by 6, so that's back in an hour. All right. Anyhow, I will be keeping a close eye out for the party. That way, when they get within eyesight, I can ride out to meet them and take control of the zombies again.
Okay, you'll manage to do that. What are you having the zombies do?
I'm just going to have them come over to the front of the keep. And yeah, not really sure. I haven't figured out a patrol route for them yet, but I'll just have them clustered up at the front of the keep, off to the sides so that they're not in the way. And yeah.
All right. So
explain to the people in the keep. Yeah, I've brought back some sheep muscle.
I don't know if Kassan's familiar with you and the undead, but the girls, of course, will have the appropriate shock and slightly disturbed. And oh shit, I don't want to end up like that. I'm gonna be nice. Yeah. Inaros definitely seems pretty disturbed. She does not even like looking at the zombie cystic, and you're not sure if it's because they're zombies or because they're cystic.
By the way, full up my stone skins again.
All right, I'll allow you to do that. You had several hours plenty of time to do it.
Okay. Boom. Boom. And 2 for Jazeel while I'm at it.
Alright, mark those up. Yeah, no,
Mark.
Jazeel. Okay. Call the girls out to help him unload the wagon. Done. Telling Anas if she finds something she likes, ask Bossman if she can have it. Talking about the weapons. You gave her that longsword. That's good. Or did you take that back? I forget. Yeah.
Well, the long sword is mine, but I'm letting her have it for protection. You have to keep, but still, it is good to have a big selection of weapons.
Well, you've got a whole fuck ton of scimitars.
Mm-hmm.
She does not prefer the scimitar. She actually likes the longsword, it turns out. And obviously, Volt and Chroma are not interested in weapons, although I think he gave them both daggers, so they've got that.
No.
No? Oh, that's right. I'm thinking of Coal.
So,
Okay.
companion, I had to leave abruptly. Is any of the fur still laying on the ground, Dungeon Master, when
Yep,
they get
fur's
there?
still there.
And the charred little corpse?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll poke that on a stick and hold it up for Scorpius. It seems our guest came a-calling again.
Jazeel sniffs at the corpse. And that forked tongue comes out and licks over the fangs.
Did you want the body for anything, Scorpius?
No.
No, Jazeel, would you care?
Jazeel goes ahead and bites it off the stick like it's a freaking, what's it called? Shish kebab.
Okay.
A stick. This thing should be very big.
The body shrank back down to the size of a normal cat upon death.
Yeah, I'll inform them how I had to fireball it twice, and it shrank back down, and I'll give them the rundown and whatnot.
All right, so next, if we somehow manage to kill this thing without polymorphing it, like he suggested, boss, I like to put the head on a spike.
Well, if it comes down to that, I'm going for the polymorph first thing. So would you prefer to eat a cricket or what? What small, chewy little morsel would you like?
You know, I'll take a cricket. It's better than a slug or a snail.
Yes. Very well.
You all are evil.
I mean, a fish would have done as well.
Ah, carp.
I can see that.
This is my T-Rex carp, and this is my demon cat carp.
How about an anchovy?
Anchovy.
An anchovy.
Oh, we don't even have to eat it then. If we can just keep it polymorph, we can just put it in a tank and say, this is our bitch. I mean, a live trophy.
Yes, but if the spell were ever disturbed, then we'd have that thing on our hands all over again. I'd just assume kill it and be done with it.
Okay.
T-Rex is just a T-Rex. It's not going to hunt us like this. Anchovy it is. All right.
Anchovy. You evil geniuses, what have I thrown you at? Not thrown at you, thrown you at.
What have you unleashed on your world?
Yeah. God damn it. Okay, here I was feeling bad for y'all because the cat is bullshit with that damage resistance, but honestly, fuck it. You did impressively. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still semi-bullshit, but the fact that you got it to life 9, and you still got more attacks ready in the wings, not just one, like a couple more, makes me think I made the right choice. Okay, so at this point, we have the stuff unloaded with the help of the various people. Dora's kind of up against the thing. Okay, so I'm going to say that Umbra should get a chance to do healing. So, yeah. 6 more spells in the wings. She said she wasn't going to bother with Dora's, and I don't know why, and Golden isn't here to explain it. I don't know Borgov's HP, so Acroromid and Scorpius. Acroromid, you're full. Jazeel and Scorpius, then.
Jazeel needs some healing.
Yeah, so we're going to split it 3-3. On Jazeel, 3 plus 6... 10 hit points to Jazeel.
Okay.
11.
That helps, but he still needs quite a bit.
Alright. And 13 hit points to Scorpius. This will put us at nightfall. During this time, of course, you all will do the various things you wish to do. Stock up your rations and blah, blah, blah.
The animals are seen to, fed, watered, rations are restocked. If anybody is missing any arrows or crossbow bolts, resupply from the larder. Make sure you poison your stuff if you've got a crossbow. I will get the spare crossbows. Let me see. I have them wrote down. I want to make sure I've got the number right.
I have them on my sheet because I put them on my wagon. There are 40 crossbows, 12 longbows, 6 spears, 26 shields, and 86 scimitars.
Okay, make sure that Torres gets 3 of those crossbows.
Okay.
And Doris, make sure you
Bless you.
envenom those bolt heads.
By the way, Doris, at this point you can level up your thief, having made it back to camp safely. You can roll for those hit points if you wish, but as a fighter you're easily eclipsing that, so you don't need to bother if you don't wish. Or you could, up to you.
It's a D6 for a thief, correct?
Yes.
D6 plus 2, yeah. With your
Okay.
con.
Now, Doris, about your leg. I'm waiting on a delivery from the spiders. They're bringing me a spell, and once I have it, assuming I have no difficulty in learning and mastering the spell, I can fix you right up.
Alrighty.
It's really a very simple process. I will transform you into a troll. And then after you've regrown your leg, I'll turn you back into you.
Oh,
Piece of
you
cake.
poor thing. You poor son of a bitch.
Okay.
Now, all you have to do is keep your mind clear and focus on being you. And if you go berserk, I'll just use the rope on you.
Crow
Anyhow.
scares me.
A few minutes later, you'll have your leg back, and then you'll be you again. Piece of cake.
That reminds me, Doris, what are you doing with that leg? It's starting to smell pretty bad.
I don't think we picked it up.
He has.
No, I did. I was hoping that Umbra could, patch it up because that's what he did. That's what he did with his leg. But
Umbra speaks up at this point. My leg was immediately reattached, and even then it wasn't a great job, and I think the goddess smiled upon me then and let me do a better job than I should have, because Cure Light Wounds doesn't really do that.
yeah, he's going to dispose of the leg then.
How are you disposing of it? There isn't exactly a waste bin outside. I mean, there
I
is,
know.
funny enough.
Do zombies need to eat?
Nope.
No? Yeah, the cystic smell, guys. Corpses
Okay.
smell.
Yeah, well,
Hey, Jazeel, you hungry? We got a leg.
Give me a second, that's a D8. Yeah, Jazeel comes right on over and sniffs it, and Doris, who's looking at you and the leg and licking those fangs.
Go ahead, take it. Oh, just ignore him. Take the leg.
I'm okay with it.
Alright, Jazeel takes the leg and eats it. Doris, you feel some sympathy pain in the leg that isn't there, as it's being chowed down on. And yeah, Doris, he has a taste for your flesh now. You can see the gears turning in his head. If this one dies, he doesn't taste half bad. Anyway, he finishes his meal and licks his chops and goes back to whatever he was doing earlier. Alright, Kassan, Umbra make dinner. Actually, no, Umbra does not make dinner tonight because she's praying for spell, then going over and healing, and I expedited that process because I know there's no encounters until at least nightfall.
Orpheus was helping Kassan make dinner.
So that's right, Scorpius, you were doing it tonight. Dice percentage real quick. Alright, food's okay. Pretty middling. Nothing terrible, nothing great. Yeah, Kassan has interesting tastes, you think. She likes to spice things up a lot. Or maybe that's the pregnancy thing. You're not sure. Yeah, party. It's not super apparent unless you're really looking for it, but she's starting to develop that bump. Anywho, let's see. Where are we going from here? So I have the party sitting around the table, eating, so on and so forth. Okay, Chromie, is that just 50 feet straight ahead of the door?
Yeah, it's like 10 to the left, 10 to the right, but yeah, about 50 feet away from the keep in front of the front door. So if, a carrion crawler or something tries to come up and eat them, they will defend themselves.
Okay.
But otherwise, they're not patrolling, they're not guarding anything, they're just defending themselves. I can always command them into action.
Mm-hmm. That should be within audio range, so yeah.
Yeah.
If I can't zombies, attack the dragon. Then yeah.
And other than that, I will eat dinner and play with the baby and whatnot.
What's everyone doing after dinner? Like night falls, y'all have dinner, so on and so forth.
If you read mine, it's right there.
Then just relax and hear about the girls. Alright, Scorpius, you're spending quality time with your family. Umbra's gonna continue her spell work for at least another hour, so Jaziel still needs. Scorpius, do you still need healing?
Yes.
Okay. Scorpius, another 12 hit points. Jaziel, another 12 also.
Another 12 for Jaziel, noted.
Okay. Dorez. I'm thinking she might actually heal you, but she and Borgov both need, and it's If needs be, like if Golden pops in 2 hours and it's tomorrow and you all are in combat, I might allow a small rewind of time where she's like, yeah, I'm going to stay up as long as Nemesis allows me to pray for these spells and give them to myself and Borgov to accompany for the fact that I didn't get a chance to do it earlier. 2 stone skins on Umbra. Okay.
Bam.
I'm at 78% Dungeon Master.
Duly noted. Okay, so she's gonna go for another hour then, and then night comes in at around 8 p.m., so at 10 p.m. she'll go to sleep.
Hey, Dungeon Master, after I put those 2 scone skins on Umbra, I will memorize them back, but I'm not going to cast them yet.
Okay.
What type of crossbows are these?
The Sistic used light crossbows and light bolts. I'm sorry, I didn't specify that earlier.
So can't you just put a normal arrow in it, though?
Normal arrow is not a crossbow bolt. I mean, you
Yeah,
could
but
try.
crossbows can shoot arrows or bolts, though.
Normal arrows are actually too long. Bolts are somewhat smaller.
This is news to me, Aiden. I'll have to look that up. In the meantime, you can try it in session and see what happens.
That's what I've been doing for mine, but mine's a heavy.
Huh. You didn't buy bolts, you just been using arrows?
Yeah, because it can use both. I've been crossbow hunting. You can use both.
Huh. Grills, D&D crossbows. That true?
Well, I know Junior has a crossbow, and he has a bow. And, yeah, the problem with a normal arrow is it's longer, so it could, with that extra length, snag or get hung up on something, but I don't see any physical reason why you couldn't shoot an arrow from a crossbow. Now, you couldn't shoot a crossbow bolt from a bow because it isn't long enough.
Okay, duly noted. Honestly, not something I ever thought I'd have to consider. I just figure if the player's going to use a crossbow, they'll spend the gold piece and get a score of bolts and be set for life. Right.
However, for a Chromede, I do have crossbow bolts and arrows because I have a bow, which I hardly ever use anymore, but I am proficient with both weapons.
Right. Scorpius, 13 HP. Jaziel, 11 HP. And that's Umbra for tonight, unless she opts to stay up late. But
okay, that heals Jaziel.
Yeah?
Oh. Okay, well, never mind. I was going to ask if we could switch that, because I only needed 11.
No, I'm doing it in order
there. Okay.
Okay, so you, me, Jaziel are fully healed.
Yes.
I don't know what shape Umbra herself is in. But now she can
11 HP.
She can now focus on herself and Dorez.
She has 11 HP?
Yeah.
fuck it, she's staying up another hour to heal herself. 3.
It's either 11 or 15. It's one of those two numbers.
The quarrels are the bolts, correct?
7. 15.
Quarrels and bolts are the same thing, yeah.
Okay, so for light crossbow, that's 1d4 versus all. Yeah, I got it then.
Just go with 1 to 6 versus all. For
Okay.
arrows and bolts. It's simpler that way.
All
You
right.
go, yeah.
Dungeon Master, if you wish, the next time we go to the store, I will pick up bolts to use.
I mean, it's preferable. I might have to think of a sub-table for if you use a regular bow arrow with a thingy, or I could just let it slide. Whatever works. It's the same damage. Eh. Up to you. Okay, let's think. Okay, so I know what Umbra's doing. Everyone else, any nighttime activities you're doing a special before you go to bed?
Nothing out of the ordinary, which of course,
I
securing
would
the
practice
key.
open locks for an hour.
Okay, duly noted, Doras. Do you wish to put points in there if you have to spend?
I'll wait for. I'll just do it for a little longer.
Okay.
Oh,
Could've just done-
I will tell Kassan what all happened out there. The highlights, at least.
Aiden, go.
I'm not entirely sure if I should.
You can
I
message
know
me.
if I. Okay.
So, Doras, you did just level up. You could practice a skill and start putting points, undoubtedly. You got another 30 points for leveling up.
Yeah.
So do you wish to put points?
Sure.
Alright, 5 more points into lockpicking if you wish. I'm feeling generous tonight.
Yeah, just don't try practicing moves silently until we get your leg fixed.
Yeah, I'm no.
You believe to be crawling silently. Chrome, do you hear the wet slapping sound of something crawling really awkwardly across the floor?
Yeah.
You poor thing. Hey, Cormid has a rock-solid plan to save your ass.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not rock-solid, more like paper-mache, but hey.
Do you know that that Dora's mind is almost completely blank most of the time. His mind was so blank that he was just like, ooh, food, and just completely just didn't care about an encounter you guys had. That was the day where you guys were fighting giant scorpions, and Doris rolled 3 nat 20s on his perception. Yes. And really liked his sandwich that day.
Is Dora's Jerry Kriatu?
Slightly, but he's still mostly here. Oh, Golden got on his phone.
Oh, good. Maybe he'll join us in a moment.
Alright, but I already have Umbra queued up till 11 p.m. essentially, healing herself.
Okay. So yeah, I'll tell Kassan the abridged version of what happened out there and how we have to hunt the remainder down and destroy them.
Do you think they're gonna come here?
No.
Yeah.
Unless they've given up all hope and they're suicidal.
Peep.
Or wishing to join you, boss man.
At this point, I would not have them. Except for his undead minions.
Conveniently, a zombie groans to punctuate that sentence, because reality has a sense of humor. Alright. Well, Doras, aside from, practicing your lockpicking, are you doing anything else special tonight before you go to sleep?
Nope.
Alright.
Not really much else special I can do right now.
In that case, we get to have some fun. By fun, I of course mean there are no encounters for the night. Morning comes, light shines upon Denalia, and everyone gets 1 hit point back.
Okay. With the coming of the morning after we eat breakfast and whatnot, routine stuff, take care of the animals, feed ourselves, blah, 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 I will put 2 scone skins on Scorpius.
Okay, Scorpius, mark those up.
And I will rememorize those 2 spells.
Volt mentions how it's day 100 on the calendar. And Chroma's like, what the hell is wrong with you? And, yeah, Volt says she thought it was interesting.
And Since I imagine Umbra is going to be healing herself and Dorez at this point to get them up to full,
Probably.
I am going to take the midday. Well, hell, I've got all morning really, because 2 spells, rememorize them. Time to scry.
Give me a second there, Aiden. So obviously, Chroma and Inaros know. Volt will tell you that becomes 2, and 257, and yeah, that should answer your question there, Maiden. Here, so that I have it in writing.
Ooh, that's right, Orgol. He needs stone skins also.
Okay then. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's just pop it into actions. Actions for day 100. Right. Okay, assuming she was at 10 or so, Umbra has hit points of 55. Borgov also has 55. So she'd heal herself for another... she already healed herself 20, so she's at 30. Okay, Umbra's just going heal mode today. Note for characters wishing to play clerics, normally the gods don't let you just cast Cure Light Wounds all day unless you're, the god of healing or something. And even then it's like, really? You're just praying all day? I'm making a small exception here because I don't know. And I'm trying to be nice. Nemesis is feeling generous. Okay. Scrying before lunch. Okay. Scorpius. Okay, I
have a plan to heal the leg.
Mm-hmm. Both those numbers were not picked randomly, but the second one was. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So, Chromie, Stone Skin, Breakfast, the usual things. Okay, so back over to actions. Let's get Umbra out of the way. So she ain't gonna help Breakfast, she's just healing hour by hour. It starts at that time, we're gonna go to lunch. That is 4 hours worth of healing. That becomes 16 heals. So let's start with her. 8. 13. 17. Okay. 17 plus 2 becomes 25. 22 plus 25 becomes 47. I believe at this point Umbra is mostly full. Onwards to Borgov. 2.
Who needs to show his ass up? I'm going to go for a couple of drags real quick.
13. 19. So that becomes plus 20. He needs like another 20, really, so we're going to go for another hour. 2. 6. 9. 13 becomes 33. Gonna go for another 15 minutes. 4, 1, 6. Okay, that becomes 11. Becomes 44. At this point, that's done, and it's basically lunchtime, and she needs to take a break. Otherwise, her brain is gonna melt and pour out her ears. So she's gonna help Kassan make lunch, and then continue after lunch for you, Dorez. Okay. Chromie getting a smoke. Scorpius, what are you doing today?
reading my magic book.
Okay, reading your magic book. Duly noted, as in I'm actually taking note of that right now.
Well, first, I would probably go check and just to double check all those weapons to make sure none of them are magic.
Alright, double checking all the weapons. This will take you some time, obviously, because you gotta hold the sword and be like, nope, just normal. Okay, next sword. And there are quite a few of them and various other things. To the best of your knowledge, none of those are magic.
Okay.
Again, while you're doing this, that ring on your hand, it's like looking into a bright flashlight.
I would have taken the ring off.
Okay, you're
I
taking the
would've
ring off, so okay.
put it in my pouch.
Ooh, I'm an evil genius.
Sure you are. Okay, so yeah, obviously once that's gone, it becomes a bit easier to focus, because, again, it's like trying to detect light, and meanwhile there's this giant freaking spotlight illuminating it. Okay, where am I? I was marking off that you were practicing your thingy. Notes to self. Scorpius. Oh, there's Mead's Helm of Teleportation. Yeah, I did the math and then did a dice roll grill, so I know what level that functions at.
Nice.
I'm just gonna mark that over to there. Okay. So, Umbra healed herself and Borgov at this point. I feel bad for you, Dorez, but she did specify you would be not at all, so I'm just gonna make you last instead, because that seems stupid. I don't know.
Well, once Boss Man turns him into a troll, it won't matter.
True, but just in case we get
Wouldn't it
attacked
take
by
longer?
something and it knocks everyone but him asleep, he might as well have hit points. Okay.
I mean, if you knock a Coromede unconscious, yeah, I'm kind of fucked.
You never know. Could just be a lucky save. The Chromede rolled a 1 and it was like, oof.
But yeah, if a Coromede gets knocked down, yeah, I'm pretty sure Dora's is fucked no matter what.
Bro, a Kamadon could show up and do its breath attack, and everyone but you fails their saving throw. And then you are the party's last hope. And it's actually not that bad. Could be, depending on what you do. I'll give you a hint. You can't outrun it with one leg. Okay, anyways. Acromede, lunchtime hits. Scorpius, lunchtime hits. Dora's, lunchtime hits.
Dungeon Master. I was gonna scry before lunch.
Okay, before lunch, my bad.
It's okay.
What are you scrying?
I am gonna try and scry on any of those patrol members from the Skinflayer tribe that I met.
Mm-hmm. Been a while. I don't recall you committing any of them to memory. Do you wish to correct me before I roll the dice?
I have photographic memory, and I did palaver with them for a few minutes.
'Tis true. Alright, I'll assign you... Well, here, let me look at that, actually, before I do. Crystal ball. Again, the monkey found a ventilation shaft. Damn you! I just nailed it shut, and you found a new one. Thing is, you actually gave me warning about that, and I was lazy and didn't roll them up. Like, okay, no, I remember that patrol. I think I have them scribbled down somewhere, but they're part of a larger tribe, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, so... Pictured. Personally known slightly. That's probably where we're at. Well, I'll be a son of a monkey. No, you try and it's not going. You keep trying?
No, I'll give it a try for like 10 minutes, and if I don't connect, then I'll wait.
Okay. Fuck me jogging. How am I gonna do this? Map, where art thou? Let's zoom on out over to Kerchoplia. This is a fun city. Okay. Acromede, on your second minute or so of trying to tune in, you do indeed tune in. There is an orc and a couple of his buddies. They appear to be in... Vader just came online. It was like, shit, it's Thursday. My god, man. He does that again, though. Oof. Alright. Anyways, so you tune in. You're in a forested area.
Okay.
It's, some type of tribal-looking, orcish structure inside of a cave somewhere, maybe? Like, you see trees. You're standing on guard outside of this cave, and inside you can see orcish structures.
Okay. I've made contact. Okay. Uh,
Hey, Borgo.
hello, Vader.
You
Yeah,
died.
man. It is Thursday, my dude.
Yeah, the cat ate you.
Alright. Note down your hit points recovered from out of character chat, and let me know if you need more.
Okay, Dungeon Master. I will, of course, use the telepathy function of the crystal ball.
Okay. Go ahead, let's roleplay this.
I will think in Orcish, since I am a fluent speaker. Greetings, friend.
Alright, the orc does not have a heart attack, although damn, that was close. Ot 2 could have been double Ot, and then you killed him just by thinking at him the wrong way. Alright, so he actually manages to maintain his composure, and he's looking around. Where are you? And the other
Miles and
guys...
miles away.
Right.
Miles and miles away. No one can hear me but you. I am the sorcerer that you met, and I'll send a mental picture of that day that I was escorting that couple, but due to poisoning, Jaziel and the man were in the ethereal, and she was praying, and, you know, I told them the location of those hobgoblins.
He does remember.
Do you know which man city you are closest to?
It sends you... not sends, but it's thinking of Kurtoplia. You know that city, but the surrounding area does look different. Obviously, this is an orc. It's not a very super intelligent creature, so the picture is not essentially blurry, but details are missing, and this is all
Okay.
mental, so it's...
Near Kurtoplia. Do I know where Kurtoplia is now, Dungeon Master?
Not that you're aware of, no. You haven't seen where it
Okay.
ended up. That you have an idea where it used to be.
Okay. Yeah, I know where it used to be. How fares your tribe these days?
Doing well.
Good. Would your tribe be interested in relocating, do you know?
I don't think so. I can ask the chief. Where would you have us relocate?
The desert. At my keep. I have work for strong arms and backs, such
I
as
got it
yourself.
for me. I will communicate with the chief. Is there a way for us to contact you?
No, I will have to contact you. It would be better. Does your tribe have a spellcaster?
He does indeed think of someone who he knows to cast spells. An orc, you get the mental image. Some orc, he has a bone through his nose. Typical tribal spellcaster getup.
Okay. Then at sunset, I want you to seek out your spellcaster, and I will contact you then.
Okay.
Be well. And I will break off contact, Dungeon Master.
Alright. You heard this entire time. The other orcs are asking what the hell, because he did verbally speak out, "Who are you? Where are you?" type of deal, and they're
Yeah.
trying to
They
figure
think
out, and he's
crazy.
having two conversations at once. And
Okay. I have made contact. I will
Alright.
share this news with the party. Companions, I have made contact with the Skinflayer tribe.
Their spellcast.
So, question: what is Borgov's condition besides the healing?
You've had your food. You rested. You're kind of out of it mentally speaking because you were NPC mode.
Would Borgov know what the skin flayers are?
Borgov, you can roll me a D100 if you want. Hi, Umbra.
Hey, the gang's all here now.
Umbra, your brain feels like jello.
Won't be here long.
Aw.
Damn.
Alright. Umbra, do you mark off... Okay, yeah, Vader. Borgov has no clue who the Skin Flayers are. You think it might be a band? Just kidding.
That's skin flyer sounds incredibly violent.
Important here, since Umbra's not going to be with us long in spirit, but just in the flesh, so to speak, Dungeon Master, you might want to get whatever details you need from Golden while he's here.
Alright, Golden, do you know your total hit points, or is that like on your computer at home type of deal? Because you have been healing yourself and others. No, that's how
Was
many you
12.
had. How much is your total? Max 55. Okay, so that's still there. 12 plus 47. Okay, you're at full. You healed Scorpius. You healed yourself. You healed Jaziel. Are you gonna heal Dorez? You've basically healed up Borgov at this point, and mind you, your brain feels like jello. Like, I know you mentioned you weren't gonna bother healing him since his foot is moot, but for the rest of his stuff, you know, he's still down, he's still injured, and everyone else has been healed.
Let your brain solidify and heal Umbra or heal Doris tomorrow.
That would be the idea, yeah.
And I have a plan for restoring his leg. You'll love it.
Oh wait, I still need to roll up hit points since he technically leveled up.
At this point, Borgov, you can roll up your level up. You're in a safe place, and you've done training. Take a break and talk to Mead about things. Okay, you can message him directly, I guess, or if you don't have time, we can leave that as a wild card and y'all can discuss things at a later date.
Con is +5, right?
Yes, so it's 19, you get +5.
And I roll a d6 since
D5
that would be 5
plus
through
5.
10.
Okay, so Umbra, the plan is once the spider people deliver my copy of Polymorph Other, what I'm going to do is turn him into a troll. And after 5 minutes, we'll have to rough up the stump before I polymorph him. But we rough up the stump, polymorph him into a troll, and then 5 minutes later, I turn him back into himself. We might have to rope him while he's a troll. You know, if he goes a little, I'm a troll, food, and goes nuts and gets stupid. But otherwise, yeah, he'll regrow his leg, and then I can dispel the polymorph, and he'll be himself again with his leg. So it's just a waiting game for the spiders. Unless you have a better idea for healing him, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to try peg-legging it for the rest of his life. And the regenerate spell's a little... Well, go ahead and heal him, because, you know, his stump will scar over, and he needs those other hit points. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So it could be a little messy, but it'll work. In fact, we might have him submit to a hold person spell ahead of time. That way, he's turned into a troll, even if he loses his head. He's already under a hold person spell. Yeah, go ahead and heal him up all the way, and we'll deal with it. But we use a hold person spell. I polymorph him into a troll. He's standing there wanting to eat us and tear us limb from a limb, but he can't. And then I dispel it, and he regains his senses, and he's himself again. So yeah, but don't push it. Don't jellify your brain, because again, since he's missing that part of the leg, it's no big rush for him.
Yeah, Umbra, you healed a bunch of people over and over at the cystic fight place while Coromede raised the dead and did it again. And then you all traveled back, and when you're back at the thing, you healed up a bunch of people until like 11 o'clock at night, and then you woke up and did more healing.
Yeah, and 10 minutes is more than enough. Hell, I think 5 minutes would be more than enough.
Wait, what the heck?
So Umbra, other than that healing, you can put in actions around any actions you'd like to do. Like today, okay, you're resting, you're napping, you help Kasan make lunch, and blah. Okay, Coromede, obviously at this point, are you doing anything else before lunch?
No. I'll eat lunch, and I'll tutor whoever needs it. Play with the baby, play with Critter, make love to the woman, whatever.
Duly noted.
Yeah. The Coromede family thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Umbra, put in actions anything you would like to do during what is probably going to be like a semi-minor time skip. Okay. So let's see. Doras, how many hit points do you have out of your total, by the way?
8 out of 52.
8 out of 52. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna get you healed up to about half. Okay then. So party. Lunchtime rolls around. Kassan, with the help of whoever helped her, I think Umbra stopped to help, and whatever has made food. It is absolutely horrifying. You all will spit out the. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's not quite the Jazeel cuisine school of cooking, but it works.
Jazeel.
Jazeel. Flores, your foot still tingles a little bit. You know, the one that isn't there.
Dungeon Master, did I miss a joke?
The Jazeel School
Yeah.
of Cuisine is from much earlier, but more recently, Jazeel had a delicious helping of Dora's foot.
Oh.
It
That
was
is
starting to
indeed
smell
true.
pretty bad.
By the way, I'll
But
save those bones. You know, because bone chips are an important spell component.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's figure out the rest of the day.
Okay, Dungeon Master, I do have another thing I'd like to do in the afternoon before dinner.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go get 3 of my zombies. I will pick them out, and I will have them dig a hole.
Okay. Are you giving
All
them
right.
tools to dig, or are they using their
No.
hands?
They can use their hands.
Okay.
Why waste tools with zombies? Okay, and besides, it's sand, right?
Yeah.
So the hole is going to be about 8 inches deep,
Ah, that's easy. What's
and
the
it's
size?
going to be about 6 by 2, 6 by 3. I will
Okay.
tell you my plan, because I'm going to have them dig 20 of these holes, 10 over to the left, and then 10 over to the right, where there's no typical foot traffic. Okay?
Okay.
Now, once the holes are dug, and these holes need to be big enough to put a cystic corpse into. Okay?
Okay.
Because I'm going to have them lay down in these holes and then just cover them with a light coat of sand. This will A, cut down on the stench, B, hide them so I can get a surprise attack with zombies. But they'll just be just deep enough to be covered. Okay?
Not buried. Okay.
So that way, if I yell, they're going to hear me and they're going to be able to rise up because they're just under a thin coat of sand.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm going to have 3 and go around hole to hole and dig all the
Back.
holes. And then I will have them one at a time lay down one to a hole and have those 3 that are my digging crew cover them with that thin coat of sand until we get to the last 3. And then it's 2 covering up the third, 1 covering up the second, and the last one I will have to actually cover with sand myself.
Aw. Alright.
What are we
You'll
doing?
notice that the wind does blow the sand around a little bit, but as long as it doesn't blow too hard, it should be fine. If it blows hard enough, they're going to get uncovered again.
Well, you know, I figure about an inch of sand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyhow, I'll have a chuckle and tell the party that I've buried zombies, but they're ready. So this way I've got them closer to the keep. Instead of 50 feet out, maybe about 15 to 20 feet out.
Noted. Okay.
But
Scorpius,
because
he
they're-
essentially made shallow graves for the cystic to lay in with a light covering of sand on top, and this way they'll be able to spring out and attack if he orders it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it don't
and they
smell.
won't stink so bad.
Yeah, that's the thing of Chromie. Those things are standing out there in the sun in the morning. They fucking smell.
Hey, as soon as the flesh rots off, they're skeletons instead of zombies. So,
True.
no biggie.
Alright. So for the duration of day 100, I know what you're doing at Chromie.
Yep.
Everyone else, anything you'd like to do?
I
I
guess.
don't have anything else until nightfall when I need to scry on my friend again.
I'm now reading my spell book.
Okay. Borgov, how we doing, my man?
Yes. I guess Borgov's just training his body.
Alright, training. You get the Fighter 5. Congratulations.
Going for a couple of drinks real quick.
Okay.
Sorry. I got those Thursday.
I mean, 2 weeks in a row, man, makes me feel bad. Is my campaign so uninteresting you don't want to be here? Or forgot about it?
Come on, that's unfair.
I know it's not fair, man. It's just... Honestly, it did tickle me that way at first, and I was like, Major's got real life. Real life happens, so I get that. Okay. So, Borgov training, Dorez resting, Umbra taking a nap, Scorpius doing spellbook. Okay, and up until nightfall-ish when the Gob Troll orcs. Yes, the Gob Troll orcs. Rob. Okay, I have a new mob I need to roll up. Monsters list. Gob Troll orc.
You just gave yourself an idea. Didn't you?
I did.
Huh?
Alright.
By the way, Dungeon Master, the zombies will be ordered to stay where they are until called for by me. But if they are attacked, to defend themselves.
Noted.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this time, the party is doing their various tasks and what have you. And time passes, the zombies have buried themselves, you're inside helping out with the baby, Kassan, cooking supper, blah blah blah. Getting close to your appointed meeting time, Scorpius. Yeah, Scorpius, your meeting, Scorpius. That meeting you planned, Scorpius. Hey, Curly,
Yeah,
what are
with
you
the
doing?
cat.
No, that's not for another 2 weeks.
And Borgov, notice that I'm putting 2 stone skins on you shortly before dinner.
Duly
Yeah.
noted.
Mark those on your character sheets, people. If you get hit because of it, I might not roll back damage, or I might. Depends.
Okay, I have subsection
Goody.
for specifically that.
So, at
And-
this time... Koromid,
Yes,
you're close to the meeting time. You doing the thingy?
I'm doing the thingy. I'm gonna spry on him.
Background noise. Alright. Man, that's a lot of background noise.
Hmm?
Okay, you will successfully establish contact.
Okay, is he with their spellcaster?
It would seem so. The spellcaster is looking at him and has some kind of wad or wand in his hand, poked at him, and he's like, "Oh, well."
Okay, I will instruct. I'm sure I've picked up this guy's name, but I don't need it.
Mhm.
But I will instruct him to say the words that he hears from me.
He says
Got
out
it.
loud, he's in my head now. I hear him. He wants me to repeat what he says. And
Okay.
at this point, Koromid, take it away.
Okay. Greetings. And you are?
Greetings, and the orc
He gives me a name.
with the rod gives you his name, whatever it is.
I am a Krormid, the Mistwalker.
Give me a second, Grills. Mistwalker. I have heard of this one. You ride on a hell horse and command
I
a
do.
rope that ensnares men.
I do. And many more things. I am a powerful sorcerer. I would have work for your tribe, but I thought it best, and I'll have the guy that I'm using steeple his fingers and nod. I thought it best to meet the tribal spellcaster and introduce myself.
Right. We spoke with the chief. He does not wish to relocate the tribe. Many miles to cover since the desert hasn't moved, or maybe we moved. Map is still very blurry at points.
I see.
Reports
That
of
is a
dragons
shame.
nesting by magic crystals and what have you have us worried about moving around.
That is a shame, as I'm sure I could increase your capabilities in sorcery.
The chief was very stubborn. I thought the
And-
same.
And of course, I have access to the goods that can be purchased in the city of Man, where orcs are not welcome.
I truly do wish, but the chief is insistent and he won't let me overrule him.
then maybe you could convince him to send a small detachment.
How
That way, however many he's willing to send out. They could work here as guards and be under my protection. And if should some tragedy befall the tribe, the survivors would have some place to fall back to. I will be expanding my fortifications.
I will bring this offer to the chief as I did the last.
Please do so. And maybe we can have a long distance, mutually beneficial business arrangement.
The orc kind of mangles some of those words because he doesn't know what the word business means, but he gets the gist of it.
Well, I'm sure there's an orcish word for business. Trade or...
Trade, that works. Never mind.
Trade.
I'm trying to be clever here.
Okay. Like I said, I'm thinking in orcish. That way he's not going to have any trouble with the words. So then, should I contact you directly next time? This fellow I'm familiar with. He has been useful. Let me study your face carefully. The better I know it, the easier it will be to make contact with you. So I'll have him, look at the orc shaman or whatever he is, face, and I've got his name. And how soon should I contact you?
Give me a week to try and win over the chief with some wine and some spells. Convince him this is a good idea.
Very well, then. Give him my regards, and I'll have the guy that Wait, I won't do that yet.
Possess him.
Is there anything else you would ask of me?
Many things, but none that are reasonable at this time.
Agreed. Then I shall contact you in a week's time at sunset.
Week's time, sunset. Let me go ahead and mark that off, Grills.
And I'll have my meat puppet here do a chest thump and nod, steepled fingers, and then I will break contact.
Okay. The steepled finger bow is returned. Orc Zoom call. Yes. Day 107. Orc Zoom call. I love it.
Orc Zoom call.
I get to do some...
That's clever, DM. 5 XP to you.
Yay. I get to do some fun dice rolls. Alright, but I bought myself a week. Okay.
Okay. I will
It's a
share
time
with
skip, it's hardly buying the time.
I will share with my companions how my long distance communication went, and I will tell them the backstory of how I was escorting a couple when I met a scouting party from the Skinflayer tribe.
Now, true story, or actually not true story. Question, girls, did I remind you about that with my writing?
Yes, you did.
Of course I did. Well, the Kuromid, you would have remembered that. You have perfect memory.
So, yes, so it's story time with the Kuromid at the keep.
I actually remember that session.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kassan asks if that was before or after your, well, obviously before she shifted over, but was that after you shifted over? Because she's trying to figure out the days in her head. And yeah, Kuromid, it was after.
Yeah, I'll let her know when it was. That was before she shifted over.
Before she shifted over, but after you did the one shift over you've done over with Denalia.
Yeah.
Once and done, never to be repeated. Well, maybe. I mean, you have the Cupid Gate. Technically, there's nothing stopping you from trying to go back. Try it in session and find out. Can you imagine the chaos?
Yeah, that reminds me. Sometime I'm going to have to scry on the other me.
Oh, great. No, I actually did that. God damn it. Why did I open my mouth? Fuck it. I'm throwing them encounter tonight instead of tomorrow night, then.
Okay, so anyhow, so at this time I've done the scrying. We're doing dinner. Borgov's got his stone skin. Scorpius has his. The only person I have left to stone skin is Dorez, and I'll get him the following morning. I'm trying not to overload anything either. I did 2 people a day. And I figure I'm pretty much keeping track with Umbra's healing of people. They're getting healed up and armored up, basically.
No, that isn't what I want.
Yeah. We are back on track, party. Did I ever flex my
Statistics is interesting.
Statistics are interesting.
Like how you have a 1% chance of getting perfect memory on, a human, yet with a wow, my brain's failing me right now. Cerebelliums, you get a 2%. It doesn't seem like a lot, but that's the difference between 1 in 100 and 1 in 50.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, party, are y'all doing anything interesting before or after dinner?
Routine stuff, Dungeon Master. Peek out the window before going to bed to make sure nothing's disturbed out there.
All looks good in the hood.
Good.
Okay, duly noted. Dorez, you can put another 5 points in if you wish. If you're going out of 5 points, works roughly. I don't know. I don't have a method. I have a feeling, and I just roll with it. Let's see. Umbra, you're gonna heal Dorez tomorrow. Kurami, you're gonna slap Stone Skin on Dorez tomorrow.
Yep.
Other than that, yeah, the party spent the day recovering and recuperating. And it was morning and it was night. Unless anyone has anything special they'd like to do before bed.
I suggest not putting a stone skin on him.
What was that?
Suggest not putting a stone skin on Dorez because you intend to polymorph him and that might disrupt the stone skin, I assume, Umbra?
No, if you're gonna be fucking up his leg, you won't. You have to break the stone skin to do that.
Yeah, that won't take but a moment. I'll just punch you
but it'll break his stone skin, so might as well not put one on.
Yeah, but I don't know how soon I'm going to get the polymorph other spell. So he's going to have to function with one leg for a while. Or 1.5 legs. So
I mean, y'all could just try and skip through.
Let's go ahead and heal him up, and I'll stone skin him for now, because we're not going to wait for the polymorph spell to go after these cystic. So yeah, just heal him up, and he's going to ride the wagon with with 3 loaded crossbows. So when we do have an encounter, he's got 3 easy shots before going into his bow. He's just going to be our archery support.
Okay. So, assuming no one's doing anything else special, it will be nighttime.
Did you even look in actions for the round?
I did. You said you were teaching the girls for 1 hour reading and writing, then studying for a bit longer, and then going to sleep. Or is there something before that?
Making sure, because I never got any confirmation. He's kind of...
Sorry, I thought I confirmed. It is confirmed, Aiden. And marking off another day on your thingy of time you've spent studying your magic. Where art thou?
Oh.
Oh?
So that's why you were hearing background noise. I don't know why noise suppression keeps coming off.
It's magic.
I just give up on noise suppression. I have it on, but it doesn't seem to work.
Mine seems to be working alright. Okay. So, nighttime, normal preparations, I assume. You got the zombies out front.
Yes.
Okay, now remind me of those orders. Wait for your command before doing anything, obviously, except to defend themselves.
Yeah, that's yeah. Stay here
Okay.
until I command you, and defend yourself if you were attacked.
Okay. Alright. Well, y'all have a delicious dinner. Obviously, y'all aren't marking off rations for this, and, the crow meat.
That's right.
Anyways, so yeah, y'all go to bed, and it is... Oops. That was Golden leaving. Alright, so Umbra is just fast asleep for this. It is somewhere around like 12 a.m., if you will. Yeah, 12 a.m. We'll just put it there, make life easy for me. Day 101. Odd o'clock. Party! Give me perception checks. Critter. Critter, no.
I rolled a 4, Dungeon Master.
Okay, you'll get it. Kassan gets it.
Yep, got it. 7.
Pass by 10.
Okay. Waiting for you, Scorpius. Okay. Everyone, there is, some weird noises. I will put them on in a minute.
Is it on the roof?
No, it's coming from the front of the, what's it called?
Eat.
Yeah.
So it's not like wing flapping noises again.
No, you're not quite sure. You don't have anything to correlate this to.
It's an Enderman.
So, what y'all doing?
I'm grabbing crossbow and rope, of course, my usual, and going to the front window to look.
Okay. Borgov,
Oh,
Dora's,
I have
Scorpius.
not muted.
Yeah, I was playing Enderman noises to give you a kind of frame of reference for it. Obviously, it isn't perfectly that. Here, you know what? Let's make this fast. New with a lowercase w.
You know the path I take, right? I'm going right out the
Mhm.
door, taking a right, and then taking a left, and going
Taking the
straight up
narrow
stairs.
path.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's you for the round. A Coromade going with that to there. Borgov Dorez. I need to know what you two are doing.
Look out front window.
Going to investigate with crossbow. Okay, Dorez, you're kind of lean thumping against the wall, I assume, or describe how you're moving around.
Doing that one-legged hop.
Well, that reminds me, let me go get my monster ideas. Sword drawn, move to investigate. Scorpius Umbra is fast asleep.
Oh, I know what we could do. We could build a ballista that's also a combination wheelchair, and Dorez could roll that thing around.
Like a fucking rideable lawnmower. Oh my god. Okay.
You mean something would have to pull that?
Well, a small ballista, like a really big crossbow.
Why not just give him 3 crossbows mounted, and then you just pull, and pull the trigger?
Yeah, that could work,
Umbra,
too.
if you'd like, you can sleep through this combat here. I don't imagine it will be much, or you can wait for it. I'll give you XP either way, because I know you're moving shit right now, Golden.
By the way, guys, I am sharing the cat XP.
I wasn't going to mention that, but yeah. Umbra, there are weird noises.
We would have gotten that after we killed it for the 9th time.
I imagine so.
I've been given for each of the 9th and for each of the 9 lives, and the 9th has a nice lump sum attached as a huzzah, you beat a challenging monster. Yeah, Umbra, you hear this weird noise outside. Golden, it sounds like a Minecraft Enderman. Stay with the kids and protect them. Duly noted. Okay. So, Croromade, you're the first one there because your door is closest to the window. and looking outside, you will see about 12 or so feet off, no, not 12, make that like 9 or so feet off the ground, there are 2 purple eyes in the darkness, not too far from the zombie pit. Well, one of the zombie pits.
Okay.
The eyes are kind of looking around, and yeah, you see the eyes. You rolled high on that perception check, unfortunately. Are you doing
Okay.
anything at this time?
I will go to the door and open it and
Okay,
call out.
Scorpius, you're going out. Borgov, Dorez, you'll be in the middle room at this point. Dorez, you're lagging behind. Borgov, you're up front unless you're going with him slowly. Okay, Chromid, you open the door. Typing.
State your business.
Okay, Chromid, duly noted. Scorpius, you're like halfway up the stairs when you will hear Chromid say that. Okay. And, Chromid, you say that, and this thing's eyes lock with yours. And, give me a second. Nope. Bloop. Nope, that's not supposed to be there. Boop. Boop. Okay, golden. Boop.
I thought you were about to play an Enderman and the noise for getting angry.
Funny story, Borgov. You can take a singular XP. Yeah.
In D&D, characters reset ability timers and rejuvenate.
Yeah, this thing is looking at you and making the angry Enderman noise that you're familiar with. Its eyes raise up, maybe like a half foot. What are you doing?
Crossbow, rope.
Okay, you shoot the crossbow at it. Roll to hit. Actually, don't bother, but I'm curious.
A 9 and a fumble.
Okay, get your fumble dice. I want to hear that and take your 100 XP.
99.
Oof.
Oh, shit.
Crit tables.
Isn't that hit ally?
Double
Well, fortunately, I
fumble.
can't,
Roll
'cause
twice.
none of y'all are in front of me.
Double
Yeah,
fumble.
but
Roll twice
our
and disregard.
animals.
Double fumble, roll twice.
Yep.
25
Weapon
and
snags,
83.
all misses, and hit ally, no damage.
Well, our
Okay.
animals are out there. That technically counts as an ally.
Okay,
Well,
the coral is going to go wild, and it will hit one of the zombie pits and do no damage. We're going to resolve that quickly.
It was no damage in any event, so.
For the other one, you feel like that's on target, and then the thing teleports away, like the eyes disappear. And, Chromid, it teleported Borgov, Dorez. An Enderman is in the room with you. Dice initiative.
I swing. Can I?
Dice initiative. Yeah, the teleport noise and everything. Guys, you're fighting an Enderman tonight.
Sorry, got it too.
Okay. People, actions. Scorpius, you'll have made it up onto the roof at this time. You hear that whoop noise, and it sounds like it's coming from inside the keep now.
Go back down
Going back down. Okay, where are you going to?
to where I hear the noise.
Okay, so you're headed back over there.
I will put it into actions for you.
Yep. Akoromid, the fighting is right behind you. This thing teleported behind you.
In that case, rope.
Okay, Dora's with the crossbow. Akoromid's saying command word for rope. Scorpius going downstairs. Borgov swinging. Umbra with the kids. Okay, Dora's rolled a hit.
Since I don't have proficiency
Alright.
points in this.
Dorez, you shoot the crossbow at it, and it teleports away. It goes back outside, out front.
God damn it.
Borgov, you're going to swing at Chromid. You're about to say the command word, and this thing teleported away. You hear it
Yeah.
behind you, making the angry noise.
Okay. In that case, open the door and run.
Okay. And again, okay. Okay, Scorpius, you're headed down. Borgov, Dorez.
Wait,
Dorez,
I have a question though.
Go ahead.
Since it teleported again, and I'm assuming it makes that noise it makes when it moves.
That's true. That
It would be safe to assume I heard it, and it came from outside.
Yeah, you heard it. It came from outside again.
Then I would go back upstairs.
Alright, turning around, you just got down the stairs and now you're
What's that
headed right
noise?
back up. Okay, Chromid is saying something, and, okay. So, description for those of you that saw it. This thing is about 9 to 10 feet tall. It is a slender, tall, black figure with purple eyes. The figure is so black, in fact, it was basically camouflaged in the darkness. It's a blink troll, yeah. It has these long, claw-like hands, and, like, when it made the screaming noise, its mouth opened up to many sharp black teeth. You've never seen anything like it before, I can assure you, because this is homebrew.
Oh, black is black.
Pitch black. Like, if it's in a dark room, you can't see it.
Then we
other
wouldn't
than
have followed the
eyes.
teeth.
Like horror.
There's like... I'm giving it to you. Come on, let me describe this thing. I'm happy about it. Anywho. So it's back
a blink
outside.
troll.
It's a blink troll, yeah. Okay, so Dorez, not sure what you're doing after the crossbow. Borgov, you're canceling your swing at Chromid, opening the door to rope it. You open the door, Chromid, it's rushing towards you to do, and you say the commandment for the rope goes to entangle it, and it teleports away.
Recall the rope.
So Scorpius hear the teleport.
Yeah, at this point, the thing has now teleported, and Scorpius, let's see where you're at. I have to do so many fun dice rolls with this because of the damn rope. Okay, Scorpius, you do indeed hear it. It seems to have teleported to the upper right-hand corner of the keep.
So the roof, where I'm at, yes?
Well, it's on the ground. But yeah,
Oh.
so close to you.
Is it close to me?
It might be on the ground level. You know, you're up by the roof. Like, it's outside. You know how the Endermen are, where they teleport around corners of buildings to be dicks? Yeah, Kurumi, this thing...
True.
Dora's reloading crossbow. So Scorpius, what are you doing? This is so hectic. Rushing to boss's side.
Actually, I'm not
Moving
gonna-
across the top of the roof to try and find it.
Alright. Scorpius, you will see it. You're looking at it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even though you're invisible, its eyes lock onto yours and its mouth opens up and it does that scream.
It sees me? You
Yeah.
said it was on the ground.
So you're looking down at it, you see it, and it turns and looks at you. So what are you doing? It's standing there
shouldn't have heard
motionless.
me.
It didn't hear you.
Felt your gaze peering at it.
Borgov.
And all I said was I was moving towards it.
I asked, are you looking at it?
I said I'm looking for it, not at it. But you know
So I
what? It's
said-
now looking at me. So I'm just going to, well, bring my sword down on its head.
Okay, roll to hit. Y'all are gonna hate me for this, I know, but it's hysterical.
Oh, that's the wrong channel. That's the wrong Discord. That's still the wrong Discord. Hold up.
Other members of the party, you'll, hear, like, that noise from that side of the keep, and let me know what y'all are want to do. It's a bit funky, because this thing will react to your actions, and that kind of like, oh, I swing at it. Well, you go to, but someone fired a crossbow, which is pre-initiative.
Nope.
Dice percentage. 38. I think that is... Let me check. Take your XP, BTW. 38. Miss off balance. Then gives 6 to AC. No dex bonus to AC. Forfeit next attack. Oof, 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 oof.
Well,
Oof.
technically, since you said it was on the ground and I'm on the roof, I've jumped down at it, so...
Alright, so that's how you miss off balance. You jump down at it, and you swing, and you miss.
But I
Okay.
will take that 100 XP and I will run
Okay.
with it.
So your armor class is normally 1, correct?
No, 0.
0. Okay, so minus 3 from your dexterity, because you have a 17 or 18 dex.
18.
18, so minus 4 becomes 4. Then minus 6 would put you at 10, but you're invisible with the thingy, which would normally put you at, 6.
I have plus 3 leather armor on.
Oh, plus 3 leather, that's a good point.
And a shield. buckler, but still.
So +3 leather is there, and that... Okay, I think I have an idea of where you're at. Okay, at this point... Okay, it is going to attack you. I've got these guys talking. You all can tell me what actions you'd like to take at this point, because Acromid, you know, you'll recall your rope. Doras, you'll get your crossbow reloaded a bit ahead of time, but I'm letting it. And
Yeah, my AC
Borgo,
is
you're
currently
close.
4.
Okay, so this thing with that hit dice to hit armor class 4.
Yeah, Dungeon Master, I'm not going to recall the rope because that would take my action for another round. So I'm just going to leave the rope wherever it went to, and if the thing ends up in that area again, well, maybe it won't be able to teleport away so quick. So I'm drawing my sword and moving to engage, but I was waiting for you to type new to hit enter for actions.
Alright, well, we're in a quasi round, if you will. Because, like, really 60
Okay.
seconds haven't passed yet, but, like, it's stupid for y'all to just be like, oh, guess I'm fucked.
Okay,
Fucking where is this
then,
thing?
yeah, draw sword and move to engage.
Thank you. Borgov,
What?
likewise, I assume you're moving with boss? Staying by Mead. Doras, they're kind of leaving you in the dust here. You following them?
So am I no longer have an attack, or do I just... I don't know what to
You
put down
forfeited
for
your
action.
attacks for this round.
Okay.
LGS. Legs. You have legs, it's feet that's your problem. Scorpius, 3 points of damage.
Stone skin.
Okay, Stone
Haha.
Skin. It slaps you, like actually open hand tried to slap you, and Stone Skin, and yeah, its hand is fine.
Stone skin for the win.
Alright, Akroromid, Borgov, you rush there. This thing is fighting Scorpius, who apparently tried to jump off the roof and fell flat on his ass and hurt his tailbone.
Well,
Doesn't-
technically I'm... Oh, wait, no, I took damage. No. Would my stone skin negate my invisibility?
I want to say, yeah. Like, you get hit, that should break invis.
Yeah. Yeah, you got hit, so your invisibility is broken. Just like one of your 2 stone skins is broken.
Alright, at this point, party who's there... Dorez, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what you're doing. But party who's there and possibly Dorez, new round 2.
Dungeon Master, is it facing me, or is it does it see me?
At this point, it appears to be looking at Scorpius, not you. Endermen are so vast. Ah, you're going for the assassinate. Clever girl. Borgov is charging. Scorpius is that. Acromid is that. Huddling up with the kids, trying to keep them calm. Yeah, no, the kids are starting to get used to this. You think that Inaris might be numb.
They have permanent PTSD.
Uh-huh. Volta's just saying numbers over and over, like adding them and subtracting them and then multiplying them, and yeah, she's good at math.
Has she gotten to square roots and that
No,
such?
no, we're in a medieval time. She's lucky she got multiplication. Try to follow IGS.
I guess.
Okay. Trying to follow. Okay, you're trying to follow. You'll follow, but you're a bit behind. Slow. Leaning on a bastard sword. Okay, let's see. Order of attacks here. This thing attacks once. Scorpius, you attack thrice. Borgov, you charge. Acromid, you're attempting an assassinate. It's gonna get a bit crowded, but I think it's good. Someone dice initiative.
I got it. One that landed cocked. 6!
6. Okay, party, you have initiative. Scorpius, roll to hit. Let me remind myself, what is this thing's armor class? I ought to know, I invented it.
16 at 9.
16 at 9th, dice your damage.
This is large, isn't it?
This is
Oh, fuck
large. At 9 something feet tall, it is large.
Ten points of damage.
10 points of damage, duly noted. Okay, at this point, I have Borgov charging. So that's going to take place at like the quarter point of the round because you have to build up the speed for it. Acromid moving in for an assassination. That, I want to say it should get its next attack and Scorpius will get his next attack before that goes off. Does that check out?
That's fine.
Okay, so obviously this thing...
I've got a maneuver because I'm trying to stay to its out of sight.
Yep.
Kind of thing.
Okay, so at that...
Does that mean Borgov and him are going to be trying to bumping into each other to charge?
Acromid's circling around while Borgov is charging, essentially. Okay, Scorpius, your armor class is 0 right now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, you will take another stone skin.
Alright. I guess I add one then.
But you know what I mean. It slaps you, stone
You,
skin.
you said take.
Take another stone skin's worth of damage, which is 1. Funny enough, it rolled minimum. Okay, roll your next attack.
Okay. I go now?
Yeah, you go now, Scorpius. Then we're gonna do Borgov, then a Coromede, then you again.
If it lasts that long.
True.
I'm assuming it howled out in pain like an Enderman would.
Yeah. Guys, it's an Enderman. I made an Enderman.
10 at 7.
10 at
No, 10 at 6.
10 at 6. Give me a second. That is a miss, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay. Borgov. Roll to hit. Disregard strength bonus, but add 2 to your to hit roll.
Disregard strength bonus. That's still the same roll then, effectively.
Right, same roll. The difference is damage is doubled. But you also have to charge. 6.
Fuck.
What do you attack as?
A 5th level fighter?
Yeah, that's a
That's
miss.
a
Sorry.
miss.
Nice try.
Okay,
So I see
Coromede.
Borgov just running past and missing.
It like kind of steps to the side and he misses, and the Coromede goes for the backstab.
14 before bonuses.
That will be at 8th level, 14. That was a hit dice percentage. You are a 8, right?
Assassin?
Yeah.
I believe so. I am.
Yeah. 8,
yes,
10, 8.
8,
That's
10,
right.
8. I rolled 36.
Yeah! You know the noise they make when they die. This thing
The death
falls
scream.
over as blood or some type of purple liquid seeps out of a hole in its chest as you have stabbed it, and it died.
Hey, we should see if it has ender pearls.
Borgov, for the life of you, it does not appear to have shit out any green pearls. It did have treasure in its lair, but oh well.
Twist the sword as I jerk it out and watch it collapse to the ground.
Well done, party. You have
Scorpius
defeated
goes
the
back
Enderman.
inside.
Duly noted,
And
Scorpius.
he's going directly
Enderman.
back to bed.
This was a case where I actually didn't have to stay the tip of the spear and I got to assassinate something.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to assassinate something.
Well, in this case, Endermen have the ability to see you when you look at them. Like, if you meet their eyes, they meet your gaze, much like in Minecraft.
Unless you're
I tried to
wearing a
stay...
jack-o'-lantern.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you cover your eyes, essentially.
They can see me if I meet its eyes, but it snapped its head directly to me when I just looked at it.
So, there was a breakdown in communication. You looked at it, I rolled a d6. A 1 on a d6 means that you looked at its eyes. I'm taking this from a different monster that I know. So, you got the 1, you looked at its eyes, it saw... Go ahead.
No, the thing is, if I'm above it, was it looking up or was it looking down?
I was actually looking towards a Coromede & Co., which is in the rough direction of you. You were just higher up, but again, you meet its eyes because you're looking at it, and it knows you're meeting its eyes, even though you're in Visinod, it looks up. I will post it in Dark Creations, because I've been sitting on this one for about 2 months now. 1 month, my bad. Feel free to comment, critique. It was relatively low dangerous for the party at this point, so I figured it was a nice, fun thing to throw against you.
Yeah, type something of that effect in character.
Anyways, that's there now. So, party. Recover, reload, redose, recover rope, secure keep, go back to sleep. You know, it was poking around by the freshly dug dirt, but it didn't disturb the zombies. It would have if he'd given it enough time, and then the zombie would have attacked it, and yeah.
Hey, I didn't metagame. I went ahead and used my crossbow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Not used. Yep. Somehow that worked. Oh, that's louder. Uh-huh. Yeah, no. Much like the Enderman, it teleports away instantly if something tries to hit it with a
Yeah, I
ranged
kind of
attack.
figured that was going to happen. Missile weapons, arrows, bolts, whatnot. But I went ahead and played true to form.
The rope was iffy, but it's still a ranged attack for him. daggers. Just, I don't know. I had Minecraft to run off of.
After
Alright.
hearing the noise, not going out to check the weapon out. Okay.
Scorpius back to bed. Recover, reload, redose. Okay, so those things were both misses. So you have a rough idea where they went, though.
Yeah.
Alright, you will find both of them. Were these mundane boats or +2s?
Mundane.
Mundane. Okay, unfortunately, both of them shattered with a 2 and a 3 for their saving throw. Although, hold on, into the dust. That's not a normal blow. You know what? Fuck it. They both saved.
Okay.
It's sand. Sand wouldn't break it. Like, there's occasional rocks, but so if they got a 1, they would have failed. But yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I've marked off the giant spitting snake venom, and yeah. And I'll tell Kassan. I won't tell her what it was. I'm just going to tell her, yeah, we killed it. There's some rogue monster.
A teleporting troll. I love it.
A blink troll. Well, we know what blink dogs are.
It's true.
Yeah,
This thing blinked.
A blink troll.
Also, double M.
Yeah, huh?
The way you described it made me think of the Enderman mod with the evolved Enderman.
I tried to keep it out of Minecraft style, because the fact is those things should have fingers. And given the size of their arms, the fingers would be long and kind of knuckle draggy.
If you're looking out of character, this is what it reminded me of, the old evolutions mod or mutation mod.
I remember, yeah, I saw that.
That's first thing I thought of when you mentioned that.
Yeah, I know. Proportions, obviously, y'all know. Smoke BRB. Okay, Scorpius, you'll go to sleep. Umbra, you'll go out and hear from the party what's going on. The party being Koromid, Borgov, Dorez. Dorez, sorry you really didn't get much to do. You're going back to bed. Borgov, what are you doing?
I would go back to bed, but I still have a response from Mead. If he ever, when he gets back from his smoke.
Okay, so after that you're going back to sleep. I'll roll for other encounters while we wait. Okay, the night passes without further events. Okay. Blink troll. I love it. Someone get grills of metal.
Might actually have some.
Yeah, no, looking up the Enderman picture to try and figure out a way to describe it, and then I end up just kind of shooting myself by playing the sounds, too. I shouldn't have played that. I should have tried to describe them without actually describing it, so y'all wouldn't know what the fuck you were up against. Oh well. Live and don't learn. Now just wait till y'all
Well, I
find the
didn't even
creeper.
hear the sound, so...
Yeah, now you just have to send a shambling mound of animated fungus to explode on us.
Yeah.
Huh?
Creeper.
That's essentially what a
Oh.
creeper is.
What essentially? That is what a creeper is. Oh,
It's a
man.
flower, not a fungus.
They're plant-like, somehow. Okay. Good news is there's some fair special ability XP for this thing, because teleporting every time something tries to make a ranged attack is worth shit.
So, I mean, do you think these weird things have magical components? Maybe. Might be worth harvesting the body in the morning.
4 plus...
Maybe throw it inside so what's their name don't eat it. That is out of character.
Yeah, I didn't move the body, Lydia. I'm just gonna, if it's still there in the morning, we'll deal with it.
So it's more or less if Jazil eats it, then you're not...
Well,
Jazeel eats it and gets the ability to teleport at random.
I'll blink
Just he sneezes and blinks 2 feet to the left and is like, the fuck?
So it's kind of like eating a...
Chorus fruit.
Hold on, one of those chorus
exactly.
fruits. That'll be interesting. But kind of annoying for
The blood
only
moon.
riding him.
When the barriers between the dimensions and planes break and things just move around willy-nilly, and most of them go back to where they should be at the next morning, but some of them just kind of stuck around. I'm so happy, seriously. I put an Enderman in my campaign. Take that, Gygax.
Yeah, Microsoft won't be too happy about that.
Yeah, they're gonna sue you.
Oh no.
They'll get 50% of all the money you made off of tonight's session.
Thank goodness, by extent, they'll try to edge their way into the Crow Hall universe.
Well, much like the Forsaken Immortals, no. So, let's see what we got here. We got basically everyone going back to sleep at this point, I think.
Yep.
Alright, there are no further encounters that night. Spoiler alert, this place is becoming pretty damn safe. Y'all keep killing the monsters here.
I was kind of wondering what would happen if it had teleported into my room with Smasher.
Yeah, no, that's why I was rolling for. I had to figure out where it was teleporting.
Iron Golem versus Enderman. I know how that fight ends.
Yeah.
3 smacks and it's dead.
Basically, yeah. Those things didn't have a ton of hit points. I tried to keep it low because it has a lot of bullshit in terms of teleporting.
Yeah, I wondered about that, and I thought about hitting it with a sleep spell.
I would have to try and figure that one out.
Yeah. Anyhow.
I mean, it's an Enderman.
I suppose it would affect like a potion and, a splash potion. Perhaps. Do splash potions work on Enderman?
I think they do, as long as you don't hit him directly and the splash hits him.
I believe so. Regardless, party. Morning comes, light shines upon Denalia. Day 101. What are y'all doing?
Okay.
Seriously, what is the party doing? It's been a few days. Umbra is no longer here, which is a shame, but Dorez, Umbra's gonna have you for like the first hour of the day and just heal you.
Alrighty.
For 17 points of damage.
Okay. $17.
17.
So I put it in action
Okay.
round, but yeah, Dungeon Master, normal family stuff, and that morning I'll put 2 stone skins on Dorez.
Okay.
And harvest Enderman brain.
Okay, you've harvested the Enderman's brain. It appears to be a pretty normal thing. Like, inside that black, seriously, it's black even in the brightest time of day. Inside that black corpus, which was in fact still out there that night, there is indeed a normal-looking brain, about the size of a human's. I don't know, actually, Kermit, have you seen a human brain?
Has a Crormead seen a human brain?
I mean, you've probably cut someone's head open at some point.
I'm pretty sure he has, yes. You know, assassins do study anatomy and everything. Let's see. Enderman brain and cerebral fluid.
Okay.
And after I'm done with it, I'll point it out to Jaziel and see if he's interested.
Yeah, he's not touching that.
Really?
Hey, Grills, Vader has a question for you.
Yes, Vader.
In character.
In game chat. Okay, we'll get the eyes also.
Okay, you'll harvest both eyes. You can write that down as Eye of Enderman.
Okay.
Alright, Dorez, how are you doing in terms of hit points?
Brain / eyes.
I'm 1 from half at the present moment.
Alright, Umbra will, again, that's 12.
Did he get a hit point back from sleep?
That was midnight, so no, y'all get interrupted. No 6 hours of continuous rest, so no hit point from that. That being said, that's another 17 hit points, Dorez.
And 2 stone skins.
Mark those off, because if you don't, they don't exist. Yeah, today's a chill session, I can tell. Okay.
All right, I will inquire with Umbra about Dora's health, percentage-wise, how soon until he's going to be fit to travel?
At this point, he's above half. Like maybe at
Okay.
3/4, roughly.
So maybe by tomorrow.
I could probably cram tonight.
What's that?
I know, you googled realistic Enderman. I did the same thing, and it's... yeah.
Actually, I just typed in Enderman.
Really? Yeah. Okay. Before I forget, Scorpius marking off another day. Notes to self. Scroll.
Dungeon Master, did I see the creature hit Scorpius?
Yeah.
I hope so. You sure it's all both of them?
Okay. Then I will check with Scorpius. Say, how many times did that thing hit you?
Twice,
Amber.
plus, man. Twice.
Okay. So, Dungeon Master, that afternoon, I will 2 stone skins on Scorpius.
Okay, mark those up.
And, of course, rememorize the spells. And I will remind the entire party that if you get hit, you need to let me know so I can replenish your protection. I have many things to keep track of in the heat of battle, and your durability is not necessarily at the top of my list.
Welcome back, Golden, by the way. Okay, so party. Lunchtime.
3062. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What is the party doing at this point?
Okay, other than the stone skinning of Dorez and Scorpius, the Coromede will make a light day out of mentoring people and practicing his own skills, and just, like, for half the day, family time.
Okay,
Yeah.
duly noted. Borgov, training? Training. Okay, Dorez, limping? Resting, okay. Scorpius, I know what you're doing unless you wish to change it. Umbra, you healed Dorez this morning to a little bit above half, closer to 3/4.
Does anybody in the party have woodworking skills?
Torres.
Dorez, I have spare lumber. If you want to try and craft yourself a peg leg until we can fix you properly.
9 times 8.
Hold up, let me check.
72.
My skills. I'm currently learning how to be a butcher, a carpenter, a seamster, and a tanner. I'm still waiting for him to tell me how he wishes for me to track that.
Say those things again. You are training to be a notes to self. Butcher.
Butcher, carpenter, seamster, and tanner. Seamster is seamstress. The core mate is teaching me that.
Okay. Alright. Next time you perform an action for one of those, just mark down that you've had, I don't know. No. I'll get back to you on that. I need to think about that.
Okay.
Not caps lock.
At least in this case, you can actually force accidentally break a leg.
Give me just a second, people. And where are we at? Tutor, practice, family time for the day, stone skin 2 times Scorpius. Umbra, what are you doing today? You know, you get your spells, you know, I've just been having you swap out that one Cure Light Wounds over and over and over and over and over, because I don't know your spell slots. So waiting to see what Umbra wants to do, then we'll continue to advance time. Yeah, it's pretty damn safe at the keep, people.
Damn blink trolls.
Blink trolls. Fucking great. Okay, so yeah, party. Y'all get training time and practice time in, and it's a pretty chill day. Kassan makes a nice lunch around lunchtime with the help of those who wish to help. Towards...
Eminem.
Yeah, huh?
I would also be teaching the girls Elvish.
Teaching them Elvish. Duly noted. Alright.
Oh, yeah, Dungeon Master. That's something else I thought of. When I'm sparring with people, I will instruct them in Orcish and in the common tongue.
Ah, mixing them in so that they learn this is the Orcish word for dodge.
Yeah.
Okay. Duly noted, people. Sharing your languages. It's good.
Okay, because me and Kassan have got Orcish, but I don't think anybody else in the party does.
Doris?
No.
No, actually, Doris doesn't. He wasn't
No,
raised with
half
words.
orcs don't start with it.
Right. Volt, for some reason, picks up Elvish really quickly. Everyone else, like Inaris, is hitting a brick wall with the Elvish. Chroma is, like, you're pretty sure she doesn't have the heart for it. She's not putting her brain to it. She's obsessed with that dog. And that dog is obsessed with Inaris, and Inaris is coming around to it, obviously. Because, you know, it's a puppy. Well, guard dog, but same difference.
I will remind these children not to let the dog dig up the front yard.
Yeah, about that, a crow meat. So far it hasn't happened, good call.
Do not let the dog dig in the front yard. Yourselves should not dig in the front yard. There are bad, bad things buried there.
Okay. And Kasam will hurriedly say, children, don't play in the front yard at all. Go to the side by the pen if you need to. And have Dorez or Borgov or Scorpius or Umber with you. And she has this mildly worried look on her face. You know, big mom energy. Anyhow, let's look at nighttime. Right. All's quiet on the home front for the day.
Good.
Those of you that wanted to accomplish your tasks today, you accomplish your tasks. Party going to sleep like usual?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Umbra, please inform me when Dorez is hale enough for travel, as we will hunt these Sisting down and finish them.
If that's the stopgap, Umbra, at this point you can pray for more healing spells and heal Dorez. You're pretty good right now. Do you wish to do that?
Silence is consent.
Alright, so we're gonna have Umbra do some healing now.
And I'm going to go for a couple of drags real quick.
Doris, how many points are you down?
I am down. Let me get to my character sheet.
Out of character, by the way.
Out of
I'm
character?
down 10 HP.
Okay. Umbra, you were saying?
Looking out of character.
Oh, looking out of character, sorry. Umbra will finish him tomorrow, that way I feel good in the morning. Okay. The night will pass and tomorrow will come once everyone has come back, because I believe a Coromede went to get a smoke break. Alright, Umbra, you will successfully heal him. I rolled it up already, because I'm silly. So you'll get that tomorrow, and then you can study for spells after breakfast, and the party can head out. And I get to buy myself some time with those orcs, and the cat, and like a million other sticks in the fire. Huh?
By the way, did the party recover my horses on the way back?
Ah, fuck me, I forgot about the horses. Yeah, you got the horses back. I'm not rolling for it.
Yay. Okay, thank you.
They've been
Accord
here, you've been
made-
taking care of
made
them.
the suggestion of
Hmm?
Accord made the suggestion since Doras has woodworking skills to try and fashion himself a peg leg. That's why I changed it in actions for the round.
Okay. So let's give you a percentile die roll for success here. You have various odds and ends purchased from the city, so you should have the supplies needed to make a peg leg. Just a rudimentary one. Nothing fancy, obviously. It's not going to be unscrewable and contain a bottle of booze a la Pirates of the Caribbean.
Wasn't
So,
going to try and do
what
that.
is your
Okay.
dexterity score?
My dexterity score is a 16.
16. Duly noted.
See, I reversed jinxed you right there by saying you got a 3.
Cramming on magic book, but also checking in on clothing, see what needs to be repaired. Okay, I can't think of anything that should need to be repaired right now. Although I'll point out, those of you that took damage from like arrows and polearms in the fight, that's damage to your armor. Like even you, Akromid, you took a ballista like a champ. But
Yeah,
there's a hole in that elfin chain now.
Well,
Although,
it's magic.
yeah, magic.
I
So
thought
it's
the
good.
ballista bolt missed him, and then
No,
The
I got
first one
tagged
missed.
with one.
Oh, okay.
But I did get tagged with a ballista bolt. But I took it like a Titan of Eld.
Alright. So yeah, Doras, you'll fashion this thing. It's a short wooden peg leg, roughly the height of your old foot, and you attach it with this leather thing that you can wrap around, and it's rudimentary. It's not perfect, but it works. You will suffer a slight penalty to movement speed and various acts that require agility. And I can't think of any other penalties you would like. Okay, fighting in combat. You should be able to swing all right. There might be some difficulty moving around fighting, but just swinging or shooting a bow should be fine.
Yeah, Dungeon Master, I would negate his dexterity bonus to armor class.
That's exactly what I was doing.
That and put a serious penalty at that standing broad jump if he tries that.
Yeah, don't try any backflips and you'll be fine. Also, you know, when you're
So,
walking across the sand, it likes to sink in a little bit, and you gotta yank it out, and it's annoying.
So my dexterity was negated for armor class for now?
For right now, you do not get your dexterity bonus to armor class. You still have that dexterity, because, like, your hands are still as nimble as a 16 dex. Your, so on and so forth. Your hand-eye coordination is good. That leg...
Just your fancy footwork is screwed.
Yeah, your fancy footwork's screwed. Although, you get on the ship of a galleon, and you put on an eye patch, and you'll feel right at home with a cutlass.
Hey, look on the bright side. If an enemy critical hits you to the right foot now, you won't feel a thing.
You'll feel annoyance as your leg sinks down, and it's like, fuck you, god damn it!
At least you won't take any damage.
Ah, yes, Doras.
Did you finish?
Ah, yes.
No. Okay.
Umbra disconnected. Okay. Let's see. I believe I have everyone set and good. So party, it will be dinner time. You will eat dinner. It will be nighttime. You will sleep. There will be no encounters. You will wake up day 102.
You have a good night. Love you.
Waiting for a Krogan.
I was telling Junior Knight. I'm back though.
Light shines upon Denalia, day 102. Dorez, Umbra will heal you back up to full.
Alright.
Okay. Everyone is stone-skinned, I believe. Then let's get the wagons and roll out. Make sure everyone's poisoned your crossbow bolts or whatever else. It's time to wreak havoc on these bastards and make them pay. Get the animals harnessed up, Dungeon Master.
Okay. Give
After
me
we
a
eat
formation.
breakfast,
Yeah,
eat breakfast, that kind of shit.
Right. Umbra eats a light meal and then prays for spells, and yay, she has spells. What spells? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. She will be NPC moded unless Golden can come back, because I'm not sure what spells he has on tap or what he would want to do. Like, okay, attack with Bastard Sword, but, we'll see.
Coromid, do you want Doras to still go with the plan of being on the wagon, riding and driving the wagon by shooting
Yeah.
crossbow bolts? Or
Yes.
is one of no.
You use the 3 crossbows and then switch to your bow, but stay on the wagon.
All right.
And hopefully we won't need you off of the wagon.
Hopefully.
All right, so 2 wagons. Dorez is driving my wagon.
I got it.
And I don't know if
I have the formation.
Oh, okay.
I'm still happy about the Enderman. That went exactly like I hoped it would. Okay, Golden is
Is
typing.
Borgov riding the wagon with Doris, or is he taking his own horse?
Wagon. Put them both on the wagon.
I was asking Dorez.
I don't know.
Or not Dorez, but Borgov.
Borgov.
Is he not here?
Vader, you there?
Vader, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had directly said something to my character. What's up?
Borgov, are you
We're
taking your
asking you. I'm sorry, go ahead, Double M.
Are you taking your own horse, or are you riding on the wagon with Dorez?
Whereas,
Okay.
So you're riding with the cripple.
yeah, I can't let his buddy just be alone.
Then I may probably suggest you sell your horse then. I don't know where you want me to put this. We don't have like formations or anything.
You know what? I'll make a formations channel real quick. Formations. Okay, putting it below common info. Y'all should have access. Okay, Bossman Jazeel up front, Dorez and Bossman wagon with Borgov. Borez, okay. Umbra driving Scorpius wagon with Scorpius invisible next to it. I presume you mean next to her on the buckboard?
Yeah.
Okay. The party is
Boris
headed
and
out.
Boris.
Doras and Boris hopped on the wall. Doras and Boris got fucked by a Coromid's demon horse. I don't know. That sentence went nowhere fun. Okay. So,
And
party.
I will remind the party that when we get close, wait for me to unleash havoc before let their survivors come to us. Now, the next step. Before we actually begin moving out, Dungeon Master.
Bossman, wasn't you gonna invisible us though?
That's what I'm about to do. Everybody hold still one at a time. I'm going to cast invisibility on each party member, excluding Jazeel and myself.
Okay. Now, the wagons are still going to be moving invisible. The horses are still going to be visible.
Okay, and I'm not casting invisibility on Scorpius because he has a ring.
I'm already invisible.
So,
Borgov, Doras, and
Borgov.
Umbra.
Dorez and Umbra, I will make them invisible. Then Dungeon Master. After I've done that, I will memorize and cast. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that yet. But I
Okay.
will memorize strength.
Okay, noted.
I
Time
will make-
allocated.
I will make all of you stronger before we engage them, if possible.
Okay.
And
That's
Dungeon Master, a reminder, I will be using my spyglass as we travel to
Okay.
look ahead of us every 30 minutes or so.
Got it.
And we are going to make haste to the location where we last saw the Sith. As we don't have zombies in tow, we can make pretty good time. I think, 2.5 miles an hour?
Is that what you wish to do?
Yes.
North, 2.5 miles per hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make that 6. Okay.
So there's me on Jazeel and the 2 ghost wagons.
Hmm. Yeah, it's funky being invisible for those of you who haven't been there before. Scorpius, of course, you're pretty used to it. Feels good, man. It's like, I'm awesome. Alright, let me look
You're
at
the Hobbit.
encounters. Yeah, he's the Hobbit. I like it.
With the ring.
Yep,
One ring
what-
to control them all. Okay, so Dungeon Master, I'm sure you have to roll for encounters as we
Oh, I
travel
just
with
did.
haste. Okay, so we get to the side of their camp.
Almost. You're about 30 minutes away, Coromade. You pull out your spyglass, you're looking around, and perception check.
I rolled a 6 with a 13 perception.
Above the encampment, like right now, there are 2 large things flying through the air. You don't believe they've seen you, and they're quite far away because you're using the spyglass. They, how to describe them? Give me a second. I think it's Monster Manual 2. Fucking hell. No, it's Monster Manual 1. My bad. Okay, they are... I mean, it's difficult to tell distance size there, but you believe them to be more than 20 or 30 feet long. They have large bat wings and a tail ending in a stinger. And as you look further, you see that they have 2 legs. You believe them to be wyverns.
Okay.
Kind of flying in a lazy 2 wyvern formation over this campsite. Maybe looking for food. They are heading west to east.
West to east. All right, now obviously, Dungeon Master, to use the spyglass, I kind of need to either slow down a whole lot or stop for a moment.
I have you all slowing periodically, and, you know, the horses are following Jazeel, who is visible.
All right. So I will keep an eye on these things for a moment or so here. I want to see if they're in fact circling where the camp was or if they're moving onward.
They appear to be just moving onward, traveling through.
Okay, I'll tell the party. I see wyverns ahead, but it doesn't look like we need to engage them. And I'll watch them for another minute to make sure, Dungeon Master. If they're just passing by the area, then we're going to let them pass and continue. But if it looks like they're circling or rounding about, then let me know.
Okay. Well, you watch for another minute, and you think one of them sees you, maybe? You're not sure, but they keep heading eastward.
Keep watching them for another minute.
Okay. And they continue flying to the east.
All right. Then we will continue.
Okay. Moving forward again.
We need to remember to come back and look for these. Wyverns keep treasure almost as good as dragons. And we could use their venom.
Okay, the party makes it to the what's left of those ruins of tents and shit that has been ransacked by other monsters or something by now, because it looks a lot worse than when you all left it.
Is the ballista still there?
Hold on, give me a second. But need
Didn't you destroy that though?
the
damaged
ruins of the ballista, either they've burnt or they've been removed. You're not finding them easily. Are you searching for them? Keep in mind, half of this is like the sand has been tossed up on top of it and then blown away and then tossed up again. It's messy.
Okay. Well, damn. If we find that, I want to bring it back. Maybe it can be repaired. But we're not going to waste any time looking for it. We are going to... they went north from here. We are going to continue. The trail is a couple of days old, so I don't expect to stumble across it, but we're going to try. I will, over the course of the next hour, try to employ tracking as we travel northwards.
Okay. What's your
I
percentage?
bet you crystal balled one of them to track it. Fine.
My percentage is 50.
Aiden, that was an orc. These are cystic. He
I
met
know.
me.
I suggested that he do that. Did he just ignore my suggestion altogether?
No, I haven't had a chance to get in a word edgewise since you made it, and I'm going to fall back to that if we don't stumble across their trail by dumb luck.
But I made that back at the castle.
Yeah. Okay, well, like I said, I'm going to give us an hour to see if we can stumble across their 2-day-old trail.
By the way, party, it's
Instead
about
of having
lunchtime.
Okay, we will stop and eat.
Okay, stop and eat, no encounters. Oh, my bad, I did 21 instead of 12. That would have been bad. Guys, where'd the day go? Alright.
Okay,
Alright.
was that after an hour of looking?
No, that was before. I was I forgot to add in travel time to the clock, and I look at it and it's like, oh yeah, it's midday now. You all might want to eat. So mark off your rations, people. Borgov, don't forget you lost a ration earlier. Well, not lost. You ate a ration earlier back at the start of session that you weren't here for.
I saw the.
I know. Just
Right.
double checking.
So, Dungeon Master, I am going to see if I can pick up their trail with 1 hour's worth of travel north. I'm not really expecting to, but it's worth a shot before.
You hear me rolling those dice, or maybe you don't. Background suppression
Yep.
works for me.
Yep,
yeah,
hear it.
no, you have not picked up the trail after about an hour.
Okay, then I'll call the party to a halt. And I know I'm looking at 2 empty wagons, and it's like, okay, guys, time for me to use the crystal ball. Keep alert. And I will get the crystal ball out, and I will scry for the Sisthic. And Dungeon Master, there's at least one of them that I palavered with, and we reached an agreement that I know fairly well, that I didn't see among the bodies of the dead. So I'm scrying for that one. I'll give it 5 minutes of effort.
Okay. Okay, give me a second. You're going to be scrying, and I'm going to be using the bathroom. The
I
world
gotta
halts
pee
as
also.
God takes a piss.
I got a pee too, so I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Let's see what the party has ahead of them. So now, after about an hour, that would put y'all there. Okay. So at this time...
Okay, I am back, gang. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Fuck
Thank you.
is...
Hey, Boris.
Why can't I pan this over? Oh, I see why. Okay, that puts you all about there. Okay. So, Akroromade,
Yes.
you will establish connection with this Sisthic.
Okay.
So what are
Do
you
I
doing?
see? I'm panning out to see if I see any landmarks or anything.
Okay. So the Sisthic are... give me a second. Okay. So there are a few dozen of them traveling in the desert. You're looking around, looking for landmarks.
Or their direction of travel.
Direction of travel. Well, comparing it against the sun now is kind of tough because it's like just after midday. You believe them to be heading to the west. Now that doesn't really give you like north-south coordinate from you. Yeah, the Zytar mounts, they're lashed up with these 2 chests of treasure that are kind of being dragged against the sand, but you see Sisthik in the back that are trying to eradicate the tracks as best as possible. There is indeed a larger specimen that you have not yet seen, the Queen, and there are other large specimens, not quite as big, that appear to be attending her guards.
So a good many of them are on foot.
Many, yes.
Okay, they're headed west. All right, using the telepathy, I'm going to eavesdrop on what this one that I scried is thinking.
I will message you. Okay, so you'll pick up on those thoughts, essentially. Not very high spirits.
Okay.
Yeah. So, let's see, anything else you would notice at this point in time? Let's see, they're making that much speed traveling from there to there, but they've had a few days. These
They've
things...
had a few days, but they're on foot. They have, well, some of them are on foot, and they can't move any faster than their slowest member.
Indeed.
And they are trying to obliterate their tracks, which means people are like walking backwards and using stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which means their time sucks.
Pretty much.
All right. Party, they're moving west. I don't know how soon they turned off, but I would bet soon. They went far enough north for us to not witness them turn to the west, and then they probably picked that direction. So we ride west now. Dungeon Master, we will start going west, and again, but I will use the spyglass more frequently, every 15 minutes or so, and I will be looking to the north and south for sign of them.
South also. Okay. It's a race now. Oh my god. This is gonna be interesting. Okay, let's see what we got here. So you guys are over at this location going west, traveling at 2.5 miles per hour as per usual?
2.5 miles an hour, or as good as the horses can do without jeopardizing them.
Okay.
Well, horses and camels, because Lydia's cart is camel drawn.
Camels actually travel faster than horses by the monster manual.
Mm-hmm. We had this conversation when we bought them.
Indeed.
So, yeah, in this case, as fast as the horses can do without taxing them. You know, I don't want to kill them in the saddle, so to speak.
How frequently were you checking again?
Every 15 minutes.
Every 15 minutes. Okay. Is the party planning to turn off, or your guys are planning to pursue them even if it goes past nightfall?
Say that again?
Do you plan to break off before nightfall, or pursue them into the night? As it's already midday.
The girl,
Midday.
I would have continued pursuing since they would have to make camp.
They may or may not have to make camp. That's what I want to check. You say it's midday right now. At nightfall, Dungeon Master, I want to try and scry on them again.
Okay. Hee hee hee.
So again, set the party to keep watch while I break out the crystal ball.
Okay. So, you all will travel indeed for, like, it's a fair bit of traveling. About 6 hours. And that will put you there. You will encounter the road. You do not know what road it's from or to. It's just this north-south stretch of road that you all cross. It glitters in the sunlight, made of those glittery cobblestones. Is the party doing anything with this?
No, because that's nah. Look up and down the road just to look, but otherwise they probably would not have taken the road.
Alright. Alright. You look down the road, you don't see anything. You look up the road, you don't see anything. Continuing?
Continuing.
Okay. Right. It will be about a half hour before nightfall. Continue for the next half hour and then scry?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, you'll make it that final half hour. Night begins to fall on Denalia. And you break out the scrying ball again. And you will establish connection. Chromid, the Cystic appear to be pushing themselves at this point. Like, they're still eradicating their tracks, but they ain't stopping. You'll notice that they pass around water skins occasionally, but they don't seem to be sweating much. The thoughts are much in the same. Although, give me a second. No, they are not.
Figured if with the young, they'd want to rest.
They probably have their mates and young on Zytars or carts being pulled by Zytars. Carts or sleds.
Much of those thoughts. Not the way I intended to give out that piece of rumors and gossip, but that works.
Companion. They're headed for a mountain. We will continue for 2 hours, then we will rest for the night.
Okay.
Companions, we will rise before the sun to pursue.
1, 2, okay. So continuing for another 2 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
The only person that doesn't have infravision is nobody.
Jaziel.
Well, Jazeel, yeah. Well, I can tell him what's in front of him.
Alright. Alright. You all will make it another 2 hours. You know, you're hungry again. It's dinner time. And a lot of you are missing Kassan's fine cuisine.
Okay. So after 2 hours, we will stop. I'll ask Jazeel if he wants any of our two-legged people food.
He looks over at Doras for a second, then back to you, and if a nightmare could cock an eyebrow because it misheard you, he would. Do you want any of those
I'll tell you,
two-legged
no,
people as food?
No.
He said two-legged. Doris is off the menu.
Damn it, you're right. Fuck.
Well,
Plus
no, I
5
said
XP.
two-legged, not two-footed.
Again,
Doesn't
also
even have a
right.
foot.
Scorpius
have to
plus
wait
5
for-
XP, Akromid plus 5 XP.
You'll have to wait for him to die naturally.
I mean, it's natural
only
to bleed
the-
out.
Just, do you want some of the food that we're carrying, or are you going to hunt for yourself?
Jaziel will, at some way or another, you'll be like, nod yes if it's blah blah blah. He'll indicate he'd prefer to hunt for himself.
Okay. Early, before light.
He nods.
Travel well, friend.
Another nod, and he'll dismount, blah blah blah, and Jaziel is off. Nighttime encounter time. You all are back out on the trail. I love it. I get to throw shit at you.
All right, companions, let us keep a cold camp.
Oh, cold camp. Aww. Do you know how many things are gonna miss you because they don't have infravision?
Always you.
Everyone eat, and then sleep. Scorpius, I'll awaken you for second watch.
Well, I'm invisible, so like anything I do, you can't hear. So
So, if you're staying invisible, show me an X or something where you're going to be sleeping.
Scorpius will pick up the tent off of his wagon and set it up right next to the wagon.
That works.
Okay. Then I assume that Scorpius will be inside the tent, and Dungeon Master, I will keep watch for 3 hours.
Okay, duly noted. Okay.
Doras, sleep on the wagon. In fact, all the rest of you sleep on the wagon because you're all invisible, and otherwise you're not going to find one another.
Scorpius would have said, I'd find Umbra. But then he remembers he's invisible.
So yeah, Dungeon Master, I will eat a meal and keep watch for 3 hours.
Crowmade, about an hour into your first watch, you hear the sound of wing beats. And, you look up to the skies and look around. And traveling west to east, you see those 2 wyverns from earlier. They're still a fair bit above you.
Okay.
You don't know if they noticed you. Obviously, your camp isn't lit up by a campfire, so it's hard to tell. So I'm assuming you've got hand on crossbow, other hand on rope, maybe a spell's verbal components ready at your lips.
I
Let me know
am
if there's
ready
anything different.
and watching them.
Alright. Well, they pass over maybe like a half-mile off of your camp. They're not directly above you. But, yeah, assuming you do nothing, they don't see you. You're dark and they don't have infravision. And I'm so sad. So that's that encounter again. All right.
Okay, they're about a half mile off.
Mm-hmm.
To our north or south?
North.
North? Okay. And they're going from east to west this time?
Indeed.
Good. Maybe they have the cystic scent.
It wouldn't be something you show up in the cystic or, well, like one of them's being chowed on by a wyvern and the rest of them are dead.
Works for me. Okay.
This turned into a deadly race I did not expect, and it might actually come that close.
All right. I will continue keeping watch.
Oh, I forgot to roll for something. Oh. Okay. Crowmade, your watch passes without incident. Who are you waking up?
I am going to the tent and feeling around inside carefully to try and find the invisible Scorpius.
Give me a d20.
A D20. I
Wouldn't
rolled a
just-
12.
Wouldn't just shaking the tent be good enough?
Scorpius,
Man.
give me a d20.
I mean, to be fair, unless he's rolled up in a ball, people usually take up a bit of space. You could probably just feel around for their feet or
Yeah,
something.
Yeah,
and
but
slap them.
I'm cuddling with Umbra, so
Oh.
yeah.
Scorpius. 12
Oh.
also. Okay, Scorpius, something grabs your foot. What are you doing?
Slowly waking up. Oh,
Okay, does it feel like a foot, Dungeon Master?
At Crowmade, it feels like a foot.
Okay, give it a little sideways shake to shake. Psst, wake up. Your watch. And then I'll pull my hand back.
Alright, Scorpius, you're waking up and you hear that, and the rustling of the tent as the hand gets removed. And it's like, yeah. So, are you getting up?
I will be getting up.
Alright, how long are you keeping watch for?
3 hours.
3 hours, okay.
Dungeon
Crowmade.
Master, I will wait until I see the tent flap part, indicating that something invisible has came out or went in. And upon seeing that, good, you're awake. Pick whoever you want for next watch. It's been 3 hours or so. And Dungeon Master, I will go settle down underneath my wagon. And of course, I'll use my backpack as my pillow, a normal sleeping thing with crossbow close to hand, rope in my left hand.
Okay.
And oh, Scorpius, I saw those wyverns again. They were traveling west. Keep an eye to the sky.
Drags his foot on the ground to make an X.
Okay.
Anyhow, Dungeon Master, Ikoromi will turn in for the night. And I figure, yeah.
Okay, Kuromid, you go to sleep. Scorpius, you keep watch. After about 2 hours, there is a popping noise, and a heat signature in the shape of a horse pops into existence near the camp by the wagon. What are you doing?
Looking the other direction.
Looking in the other direction. That's what you're doing?
Looking for the heat signatures of the big wyverns.
Okay. Well, Jaziel pops back into existence by the camp and sniffs around and is over by Kuromid, kind of sleeping. He's like doing that thing horses do where they can sit down, and he's doing that, catching some Z's. Okay, Scorpius, you're looking in that direction, duly noted. Okay, you feel by your gut about 3 hours or so have passed, or maybe you're just really tired and want to go back to bed. Probably the first.
I'll go wake up Umbra.
Okay, you climb back into your tent and go ahead and give Umbra the shaky shake. Hey, wake up. Umbra is awake. And, she'll say, okay, I'll take watch and get up, stretch, she's invisible, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, she goes out of the tent to stretch. A two-person tent isn't really tall enough, I assume.
I don't actually know how tall this tent is. It's a two-person tent.
Regardless, she's outside, keeping watch.
Did she get her armor on?
She did indeed get her armor on.
Okay.
Okay, it will be that many hours later. You never told her who to wake up next or how long to keep watch for, so I'm basing off what I guess she would guess. Party perception checks.
I failed by 1.
You'll get it. You get a bonus of 2 here.
Okay.
Yep, made it.
I definitely made it.
Dora, is you there? Typing. 4. Alright, party. Y'all heard Mead say, hey, we're gonna wake before the sun rises, so y'all kind of wake up, because you're anticipating it, lucky you. And the sun hasn't risen yet. Kuromid Jaziel is there, kind of snoozing, leaned up against the wagon.
Okay.
Obviously, this isn't all concurrently. Someone's gonna wake up first and start moving around, and those of you that make noise will wake up the others, and so on.
Alright then. This is good. Scorpius, come here.
This goes over.
And I'll wait a moment, and then I'll reach around in front of me.
Scorpius just takes off the ring.
Ah, better. Alright then. Dungeon Master, I'm casting
What are you casting?
Strength.
Okay, dice it. D8. And mark down your time.
8! I don't know the time. I
Holy
don't-
shit!
Scorpius, you are swole! Or at least you feel that way.
You just hulked out. Oh, you feel so strong. Keep
Dungeon
watch.
Master, what did that put me?
So hold on. Kuromid, how long does that take? The thing you've just
The
done?
casting? I
Not the
think that's
casting. That's 10 minutes to cast. How long does it last? I should have been clearer.
I believe it's 6 turns per level of the caster.
Yeah, that's right. So an hour per level, 10th level, so that's for 10 hours. Scorpius, at 4 p.m. that goes off. You are at 19.7, 19.7, which is giant class strength rating.
Okay, Dungeon Master, I will pop out one of my continual light coins. I'll warn the party ahead of time. About to produce some light.
Are
I need
you
it.
sure about that?
Sure about what?
This is more Eminem on his math.
Alright, what's your strength rating?
1895.
1895 plus 8 would become 19.7. Technically 19.75.
It's still a 19. Plus 3 plus 7.
Mm-hmm.
For the next 10 hours. So I'm going to warn the party but I'm going to go under the wagon with my book and a continual light coin and memorize strength again.
Okay.
That should take me 6 minutes.
Yeah, give me
Then
a
I
minute.
will go to Borgov, or I call out Borgov, come here. And I will feel the air in front of me. Or did he say something?
Borkov will just reach out his hand.
Ah, okay. I will cast strength again. And this one's on Borgov. Shall I dice it, Dungeon Master?
Please do.
1.
Oof.
Sorry.
So, Borgov,
That's
you were at...
Isn't that enough to put him over 19th strength, though?
What's your current
rating?
strength? 98?
1892.
92? Okay, you're at 19.2. So, 19. Just recorded as that. That lasts until 426.
Okay, Dungeon Master, I will repeat the process.
Okay, so again, studying for another 6 minutes puts it to there.
What's the bonuses?
Plus 3,
19?
plus 7.
Yeah, plus 3 to hit, plus 7 to damage.
Who are you repeating it with?
This time I'm going for Dorez, and I don't expect him to come to me, so I'll since he's on the wagon that I've been studying under, I'll be like, Dorez, where are you? And listening for his voice and reaching out.
Okay. Dora's assuming you're cooperating, you can dice your thing at Coromid. Everyone else, I assume you're doing the normal day stuff of eating food, and it's an invisible campsite of thing eating. Jazeel obviously gets up at some point at Coromid.
So, Doris, what's your strength rating?
99.
99?
My bad, he's at double odds. What do you roll?
Yeah, he's 18,100.
Okay, so he's at 19, whatever, because I rolled a 2.
1901. 19.1.
Okay, so I'm gonna repeat the process one last time for Rampart.
Umbra.
Yes.
Okay. So again, that's 10 minutes to cast, then 6 minutes to study, then 10 minutes to cast, and
And
dice it.
I rolled another 2.
Okay, she's at 15 strength now. Better. Okay, Dorez, your strength wears off at 442. Umbra's at 458.
And let's see. And Dungeon Master, I will take 6 more minutes to memorize a different spell.
Okay. What level are you again? 10. So yeah, you got a fair number of level 2 spell slots, so you haven't pushed it just yet.
No.
Getting there.
All right, with that, I am going to start eating and talking to the party between mouthfuls. I suggest you all eat. I think I spotted those wyverns again. They were about a half mile to our north. They might be on the scent trail. So we're going to veer that direction. And as soon as we've all finished cramming our gullets, we ride. They've traveled through the night. We rested. We are fresh. They are tired and afraid. And Dungeon Master, like I said, I was eating and talking between mouthfuls. And as soon as I'm done eating, I will assume the rest of the party is too, and I'm going to mount up.
Alright, allocating time for the party to eat. The sun rises behind you during this time, and light shines upon Denalia. Aiden, you were saying?
And dismantling my tent.
Noted.
Dungeon Master, just out of curiosity, how long did Umbra keep watch for?
Umbra kept watch for like 3 or so hours, and then was like, oh, I should wake everyone up.
Okay, so 9 hours instead of the 8 I was aiming for, but I got 6 hours of sleep, so good.
It was more like 8.5.
Close enough.
Because, like, I realized that was going to get close to sunrise, and I did an intel check. Yeah, she heard what she said, so she didn't have an exact time, but eh.
All right, so Dungeon Master, as we begin traveling, since we have daylight again, of course my spellbook and the coin, all that got stashed away as soon as I was done. Going to try and push it no, we're not yet. We're going to go ahead and keep our travel speed, but we are going to veer a little bit to the north so that we pick up that Wyvern's track, basically. I don't know if they were catching the scent of the cystic or not, but to shift a little, to go a half a mile while we're traveling, I think is worth the investment.
Okay.
And yeah, we're moving.
Okay. So moving that way to there. This is where trigonometry comes into play, but I'm just going to eyeball it.
And Dungeon Master, again, I'm still using the spyglass about every 15 minutes or so. And I'm also keeping my eyes open for dust clouds, because, you know, when shit moves through the desert, it kicks up a lot of dust.
It does.
And I'm going to run for a couple of drags quick. Ah, the hunt!
The thrill of the chase, okay. Well, when he gets back, we'll continue. I'll advance time.
So, everyone doing good?
Mm-hmm. Alright, just waiting for Grills to get back, and then we can continue.
Fortunately, Golden keeps having to leave.
Poor guy. He's missing all the fun. So, Grills, is that you? Nope.
Didn't sound like he came back yet.
Ah,
See, here he comes.
I am back. Out of character.
I heard his key jingle just a half second before he spoke.
Okay. Hunt.
Alright,
On
party.
what?
You all veer to the north about a half mile or so, then level out and keep going west. You travel. Travel. It's a big fucking desert so far. But,
Spyglass every 15 minutes.
you're noticing that the sands are turning from red to yellow, and according to you will see with the spyglass, if you look to the north far enough, it looks like the desert gives way to a savanna and then into more grasslands. Anyways.
Okay, when I last scried them, what color was the sand?
Starting to turn yellow. I should have specified that. Sorry, it didn't come up in my head.
Okay, so our sand is changing from red to yellow, and theirs already had. Okay. We're gaining on them.
Yep. So, after about 3 or 4
And Dungeon
hours...
Master, do I spot any mountains?
Yeah, 3 or 4 hours later, to the west, you see the outcropping of a mountain. You look at it funky, because you're looking at the bottom of it, and it doesn't look right. And then you look your gaze up, and you're like, oh, that's a tall mountain.
Okay, call a halt. Gonna let them know. Companions, I'm going to scry them again. Break out the crystal ball, and I should be right familiar with this one cystic by now. So I'm going to scry for
Ooh,
this cystic.
I need to check, because that fails on the normal thing. At this point, do you personally well know them? Honestly, I want to say mostly. So a 92 would fail the 85% known slightly, but it would pass the personally well-known penalty. I'm going to let it, because this is interesting. They're at the base of that mountain.
They're at the base of that mountain, so I can see from their perspective the base of that mountain.
Indeed.
Okay, pack it away.
Well, approaching it. They haven't hit it just yet, but they're like less than an hour
Okay,
out.
they're still in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, companions, and I'll point at the mountain because now that I've seen it from their perspective and ours, I can, and using the spyglass, I can tell which one it is. Right?
Yep.
They're nearing the base of that mountain, and pack everything away, beelining for where I think they're at.
Movement rate.
Again, we're not going to kill the horses or anything, but we are moving straight line.
Okay. Straight line.
Marcus goes back in this.
Thank you, Aiden, for remembering. I had you visible this whole time.
I know. I had it said I was going invisible, but it's the only way I can reply back, so.
3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
Already
everyone
made
else
some
can-
serious
can
ground. What the fuck are these dice rolls? Okay.
War dog. Type.
I'll allow some minor RP as you all travel for the next... Are you stopping to eat? Or are you eating in the saddle?
We eat in the saddle.
Okay, mark off your rations, party. Okay.
Because they're on wagons. They can switch up, and I can let Jazeel autopilot. It's not like I have to steer him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I need to pull up this monster. It's been a while since I rolled him up.
Checking range.
The not vampire is a morgue. Blood hunter. Where the fuck are you? No.
I love how that was not the vampires of Morg.
I mean, they're totally not vampires, guys. Totally.
4 + 1 per level.
Is he in the
100
roaming list? He has a fucking lair. I did not organize this properly. There he is. Why the fuck are you in the roaming list?
10 yards wide and 40 yards long.
Tonight is going to be such awesomeness, and we're probably ending on a cliffhanger anyways, but for the time that it isn't, it's going to be great. This is going to be a good session. I feel bad for Golden. Where are you? I know you're here. There you are. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of anticipating that our chances of an encounter are lower than normal since we're trailing these bastards.
Yeah, basically. It actually went down a couple percentage points, but it was already decently low, and it's like, I've been rolling 50s and above. Fuck.
Okay.
I swear the dice want this to go down. Alright, so they're over there, you all will be over there. Dora's making sure crossbows are ready. Okay. So, the next few hours pass by with that tense, so getting closer as, you all start to see the mountain too. It's not like a render distance thing, it's just that it kind of fades into the back, and you see it, and it's a mountain, and it's visible from a distance, but it's not till you get closer you're like, oh shit, that isn't the mountain over there, that small hilly thing. No, you look up, and this thing extends several miles into the sky.
Good. Still Dungeon Master using the spyglass.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, you're checking out the spyglass, and so far nothing, and you'll get a bit closer before you'll see stuff. I'm sorry, I don't have a visual range increase for spyglass. I probably should.
Okay.
Do we have one of those?
I don't think we have a range for that determined. Probably something we should do between sessions.
Alright. You know what, actually, I'll give you this bit. The Sithix stopped erasing their tracks as they caught sight of the mountain, so you're picking up tracks at this point.
Oh,
It's
fuck
not like
yeah.
a sudden thingy, but yeah, you see it.
Have a trail.
And yeah, it's pointing right at the fucking mountain. So, at this point, travel. Anyone doing anything special as you get closer to the mountain?
Other than checking the spy glass occasionally, looking for their dust sign or them. But again, you know what, Dungeon Master? I will peek to the north and south when I do check that, just to be sure.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, nothing's trying to ambush you from the north or south. It's just empty desert. Ungenerated terrain, if you will, because I haven't thought what to put out here yet. I'm sure
By
at
the
some
way,
point, 20 years from now, there'll be loads of crap there.
companions, keep an eye to the sky in case those wyverns come about again.
Okay.
Whoever isn't driving, that is.
Sure thing.
And we've had a full day's travel. Everyone redose your bolt heads. And Dungeon Master, I will do that.
Okay, mark off your poisons, people. Tell me what it is when we strike with it. Okay. Assuming you all want to do nothing more special, you all will arrive at the base of the mountain and we can start the fun part.
What time is it, Dungeon Master?
By the time you arrive at the base of the mountain, it will be afternoon, around 5 o'clock or so.
So the strength spells have wore off.
Yeah, unfortunately. Distance, time, speed.
Oh,
Companions, guard me. I'm going to scry again.
Okay, I have you maybe a mile out at this time of Crowmaid. Sound good? Or do you want to be further out?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm going to, again, scry on the stick that I know so well and see where they're at. You know, this is so funny because a Coromade really is primarily an assassin. He took the other two classes to augment his skills, but he's been functioning more as a magic user and a fighter.
Well, I mean, you know which one is your highest level class.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That will be the dialogue you hear. Let me describe the surroundings.
Huh?
Simi's messaging you.
Yeah. Double M's sending me the stuff that I'm picking up. Damn it, I could teleport within this. No. Okay. Did we lose somebody?
Bot
We got
dropped.
the bot attack.
Okay.
And now
Oh, I
it's,
thought you guys knew that.
I saw it disconnect, but I didn't say anything.
I was looking in a different channel. Companions, they're in something inside the mountain. We should be able to track them. But I'm pretty sure that my augmentations have wore off. We should be able to close on them soon. And Dungeon Master, you said it's about 5 p.m.?
Roughly.
Mead, how long do these invisibility spells last?
Your invisibility will last until you hit something or something hits you.
Noted. So be sure to get in a good hit, basically.
Okay, we want to be well rested, and I want all of you strong for tomorrow. So, I will not be keeping watch tonight. I kept 3 hours last night. We will get an early start, way before dark. Jazeel, don't be gone long. Find something to eat, and then come back.
Through a series of head shakes and pawing at the ground in front of you, Jazeel indicates he's staying with you all tonight.
Okay. Maybe you can scout ahead and make sure that you can see their trail. But we're going to camp here. I'm going to do some spells, and yes.
I'm looking at the cystic because I forget if they have that or not.
I have about an hour's worth of daylight left, right, Dungeon Master?
A bit more than that, actually. Nighttime happens around 8 p.m. roughly.
Jazeel, before you do anything else, come here. I'm going to make you invisible. So you'll have to gently bump me, so I'll know where you're at. And Dungeon Master, I will cast invisibility on Jazeel.
Okay. The flaming hoof horse is invisible. Although he's somewhat detectable. He makes noise, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Double M, did you ever do the saving throw versus magic or whatever for casting Invis on Borgov?
Oh, good point. What's your constitution?
Oh, the magic
Ni-
resistance
19.
check.
He has
19.
25%.
25. Congratulations, you did not resist.
Okay, so you're 30% resistant to my spells, Borgov.
Isn't it still 25 for a 19 con? I thought it went up certain points.
It goes up 5% because I'm one level below 11th.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, with that, Dungeon Master, I will go ahead and, hey, do y'all want some hot food tonight?
Would that compromise us in any way?
It might, but I've got some spells to ditch so I can have other things. Will somebody throw some wood in a pile?
We didn't bring
Yeah.
wood.
Dungeon Master, are we still in desert?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, in that case, fuck it. I'm going to cast Fire Gout. And
Alright.
just aim it at the ground, away from everybody, and then I'll do it again. See if I can make some molten glass.
Alright, I'm not working out the temperature here. You'll get... What are you trying to make here? A cook fire?
Nothing, I'm just burning off 2 spells so I can memorize strength in its place.
Okay,
But
we'll burn off
If by
those.
casting the spell, I can make that sand hot enough that they can put their food over it to heat it up and have something hot to eat, then it was worth the second.
Yeah, like stone cooking.
Give me one moment. Let's see what I have in my character sheet here.
And party, I'm gonna hijack the DM mantle for just a moment. It's still impressive watching a Chromie breathe fire like a goddamn dragon.
Yep, like a goddamn dragon is right.
I was about to make a comment about that.
Morpheus offers up the 2-person tent to be used. That's
Okay.
irreplaceable.
Okay, then yeah, I'll torch that with my fire gout and the sand. So,
Well, I mean the sticks for it. You can keep the.
keep the cloth. Because you can replace that. So Dungeon Master, yeah, we'll have a little cook fire there, and not myth anymore. Anyhow, Dungeon Master, instead of heating up my food, I'm going to go ahead and memorize strength 4 times. Which means
Oh.
I'm also burning out a magic or a Malfsassin arrow.
Okay, that's 6 times 4 becomes 12, 24. Got it.
After I've memorized the spell 4 times, then I will eat.
Has enough time passed that he has done his memorization?
Alright, so advancing time for a Chromie's memorization. Give me a second. I'm running 5 things at once here.
No,
Okay.
I was just asking has enough. Ooh, hello there.
Yeah, and you typed in character double M.
That was Umbra. My bad. I meant to cut that off over there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she has this very grim look on her face.
Because I'm the Mistwalker, damn it.
I need to think about something here. I might need a few minutes, but y'all can RP and talk and give me rough ideas of what you're trying to do. So, Chromie,
Okay,
you burnt
so-
off those spells, then you're memorizing.
Yeah, I
Scorpius,
burnt
you've
off
offered
the
up
2 fire
the 2-person
gout.
tent.
Burnt off the 2 fire gouts, memorized 4 strength spells, and then I'm going to eat. And after I eat, I'm going to sleep underneath my wagon because
Okay.
I kept 3 hours first watch the previous night, and I know Umbra and Scorpius kept the other parts of the watch, so it's probably going to start heavy on either Dorez or Borgov, but they'll figure it out, and they'll wake up one of us other 3 for the other half. Hell, they might even wake up Jazeel. I don't fucking know. But as long as nobody falls asleep on watch, I don't fucking care either.
Yeah. Jazeel, you hear, settled down next to the wagon.
Scorpius, what is it you're wanting to test?
I want to see if I'm holding on to someone else, would my ring allow me to invisible them as well?
Okay.
I just want to see if it will extend the range.
All right, then put your hand on my shoulder and say
Can I
your
do that? Command word.
Okay. Give me a second. Scorpius, that will be a failure for it to function.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go. Nice try.
I tried.
And Dungeon Master, like I said, you have my actions and intents, and my character is
Okay.
going to sleep pleasant dreams of ripping the heads off of Cystic as I squirrel away for a couple of drags on a cigarette.
Okay, so y'all light that fire. Okay. 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 About a mile out. Okay. The fire won't stay on for long. It's just got the tent for fuel. That can't burn for what, more than 30 minutes? Okay, so I'll assign that roll to that. Okay. At that point, what are they doing? So who's on watch first?
That's what I was about to say.
Oh, figure out the watch schedule,
Dora
please.
as well.
I need to use the restroom.
You keep your mouth shut. I just typed something in the in-game chat to you.
You all discuss this in game. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Now, to point out, I am saying this while I am visible, since I can on and off mine. I have to, because you can't hear me otherwise. So if you are both going to be asleep on the wagons, I assume, I'll just beat on the left side of the wagon to wake you.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
So, Dungeon Master,
Mhm.
when my time is up for watch, I will go over to the wagon they're sleeping on and bang on the left side to signal Dorez and he's watched.
Okay. When you keep watch, are you watching in any specific direction or all around?
All around.
All around. Duly
I'm
noted.
paying more attention to the sky, though.
Paying attention to the sky. Duly noted.
Okay.
Becomes something, and of course I am, invisible.
Invisible and inaudible. Yes. Okay. Okay. Wow. What the hell, dice?
And Dungeon Master,
Fuck.
you will keep in camp with us again?
Yeah, Jaziel's up against the wagon with you, Corman. You're pretty sure, though invisible, he's sat down, if you will, and leaned against it to go to sleep.
Okay.
Nightmares don't snore; they growl.
And he's not inaudible, and he's wearing full plate
Mhm.
barding. So yeah. All right, good.
Because heal is effectively armor class -12 right now. Okay, let's see what we got here.
If we give him a
Jesus.
shield or enchant his armor, he'll be just as tough as grass.
Mhm. Not quite as good as an attack matrix or hit points, though, but you do what you can. Yeah, nightmares have good attacks per round and decent damage, but hit points, they start to drop off pretty quickly.
Hey guys, I buffed my team.
Mhm. Right, so Scorpius, 3 hours of watch shall pass. What is your perception score again?
15.
15, duly noted. Okay. You're waking up Dorez.
I'm banging on the left side of Bossman's wagon gently enough to awake them, but not him.
Alright. I'm gonna give you a nice pity gimme here. Dorez, you're awakened by the thing.
Get up and go and watch.
Okay. Oh, give me a second. I'm stupid. I forgot to advance time. Okay. And how long you keeping watch for?
3 hours.
Okay.
At this point, anyone who is not an assassin is now a 0-level assassin. Because we're on the hunt.
Okay, 3 hours pass. It's like midnight or so, you think?
He will then
Dungeon
do the
Master.
same thing Scorpius did to wake up.
Dungeon Master, I know my character is asleep, but has the fire died out by this time?
Yeah, the fire died out a while ago.
Okay, good. So we're all on infravision.
Mm-hmm.
I will do the same thing that Scorpius did to get Dora's awake.
Okay. Again, Borgov, you awake to Dorez making a small racket in your ear, basically.
Divert them up. And Bogop will don his plate.
Okay, donning your plate. Duly noted. How long you keeping watch for?
Go for 3 hours.
Okay, 3 hours pass. What are you doing?
Let's see. How close does the okay, what kind of time of night does it look like?
Yeah, it's nighttime. Small breakdown in communication here. I want to confirm. Did you all plan to start the watch during the day and continue on to nighttime, or was the night watch when night fell?
When night fell.
Okay. So in that case, it's maybe 20 minutes or so till sunup.
Okay, he'll keep watch that remaining little bit since he's already awake.
Okay. Well.
Oh, see, we had another breakdown in communication.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well. It's done.
Oh, yeah, it's done. You did it all right. I hope you didn't do it on me. Okay. Yeah. Borgov. Light shines upon Denalia.
He will be quietly waking his compatriots if they aren't already rising.
Yeah, perception checks, party. Borgov, you're at +2.
Made it by 7.
12. Made it by 3.
Failed by 1.
Alright, Umbra is sleeping sickness for this bit, unfortunately.
I'm pretty sure Borgov made it.
Party. There is a loud thudding noise, and then another one, like a giant clapping his hands. And you all look towards the sound of it, which is this mountain, as a large blue dragon rises up from it, headed towards you directly. Perception checks again, by the way, people.
I rolled a 4, so I made it by 9.
3.
Another hill.
6.
For those of you that make your perception check, by the base of the mountain, like when your eyes dry up, drop, you of course see the dragon, but you also will catch the cystic at the base of the mountain. There aren't a lot of them, and they're not charging, but they are watching. Disbelieve. Okay, Chromie, what is your perception? Perception. What's your int?
My intel is 17.
Hey, Chromie, amazingly enough, it does not appear to be an illusion.
Okay.
Fun times!
Dungeon Master, does this dragon see me or see us?
It seems to see the campsite because it's headed right for it.
Distance.
Okay,
And
so
elevation.
this thing is up in the air right now. Call it maybe 100 to 120 feet or I don't know. Distance is hard brain. It's still up in the air. It was by the peak of the mountain. It seems to be coming down fast though. Let's see. So it's outside of spell range at the moment, and you all are about a mile out from the mountain. So it looks like it's diving down to be above your campsite. Again, hard to estimate. 300 feet or so above your campsite at its current trajectory and speed. Be there in maybe a few minutes.
Okay, crossbow when it's in range. Although I'll have to put that in action for the round.
Actually, here, let's remove one.
I have a plan.
Okay. Yeah, here, let's do Neil. Round 0, people. Think carefully.
Double M, I have a question.
Go
I have a
for
question
it.
for you, Double M. Since I have crossbows low, when could I get off in a single round? Since it's really pulling a trigger, dropping, and then picking up another one. And doing the same thing.
I mean, there's also aiming involved. Like, the first one, it's like, okay, you're looking at the thing and ready to shoot, and then it jumps out, you were ready, you pull the trigger. It takes little aiming. 3 of them... I'd let you get 3 off in a round, I think. That sound good?
Then.
Kosher?
Yep, I'm fine with that. If Grills is okay with it.
Huh?
Since we were talking about since Doris has 3 crossbows at the ready, would be since it's really just pulling a trigger with aiming involved. How many?
Well, I mean, you would still have to put one down, pick another one up.
Shoot, drop, grab, shoot, drop, grab, shoot. Yeah. Yeah, I thought I expressed that I figured getting 3 off in one round, the first before initiative, would be a fair thing.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, you might even still have time to grab your bow, but not do anything else with it at that point.
Okay. I know what Scorpius, Dorez, Kuromid, and Borgov are doing.
Wait, I haven't typed it in.
Oh, but verbalize it, but yeah, type it in if you can.
Okay. Okay.
Borgov is
You've got
doesn't know.
everyone. You have everyone except me, right?
I don't have Borgov yet, and Umbra is
Okay.
sleeping sickness.
I want to wait. I want to wait before I hit enter. Oh, he's got sleeping sickness. He didn't wake up.
Umbra has sleeping sickness because I'm not
Umbra
sure.
has. Yeah, I don't want to influence anyone's actions with my options.
Borgov is asking what he should be doing.
1
in
Mississippi.
character.
2 Mississippi.
That's
3
not an
Mississippi.
action.
4 Mississippi.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do. He's asking people.
Shoot the
You
damn
see
thing.
everyone shooting. What do you think? Everyone has a crossbow in their hand now.
Shoot the damn thing.
Borgov, what are you doing? Shooting, okay. Okay, crossbow in range, then casting Dispel Magic at anticipated breath weapon. And when in medium range, okay.
Oh, hell yeah. If I were a dragon, I'd swoop over and breathe down shit and then circle back and engage in melee or
Party.
use spells.
Initiative.
Does somebody feel lucky or y'all want me to do it?
You do it.
I'll roll it.
I rolled a 4 already. I'm pretty good with
Okay.
happy with that.
4
result.
for initiative.
Not
Crossbows are typically pre-initiative. Okay,
Mhm.
Grills, range time. What is 300 feet in terms of range? Short, medium, or large? Or long?
Let me see. For a heavy crossbow heavy, 300 feet. Okay, short range is 80 yards.
80 yards translates to...
240 feet.
Okay, so
So
that's medium.
300 is 160 yards or less. So at 160 yards, I'm shooting.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
That-
so you all will be able to shoot it before it does the breath weapon on you, of course.
That's 480 yards. I'm going to fire.
Okay. So dropping invis to say that, then crossbow, then re-engage invis. Dorez, crossbow, Borgov. What are you shooting with?
His bow.
Bow, okay. You will have time to string it and notch an arrow and draw back and loose. And what type of bow is that? Short?
Yeah.
Okay. Missile fire is at -2 at medium range, correct?
I believe so.
And everyone here, I believe, is at medium range with this thing when they fire. Unless you'd like to try and fire when it's at long range.
Nope. Fuck no.
Nope.
Now, is anyone going to wait for it to get to close range? Well, short range.
No. Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Okay.
I'm not.
And
The
everyone's
others
firing
might.
at medium. Okay, in order, Scorpius rolled a hit.
So it's a -2.
You're at -2, correct?
14 at
14
6th level.
At 6th level. Okay, give me a second to check the matrices. 6th level, a 14 hits that armor class. This guy... What is this armor class? Okay, your arrow does something funky. Like, it flies towards him, and then it's like it's caught in the air, and it sort of slows down and then drops to the ground. It never even touched him. Anyway, next person in the list, which would be, fuck, actions. Dorez rolled a hit.
That would be a 12 at 4th.
12 at 4th, I'm pretty sure that isn't even going to hit if it does. 4th level, 12. That is a miss, unfortunately. But regardless, it gets close and then drops again. Much like I just described for Aiden's. Borgov, you draw back your bow and fire, roll to hit.
Okay, and what's the, I know -2 to hit, but it's dex of 18 is 2.
Plus 3.
Oh wait,
Plus
I
three.
I forgot about my deck.
It wouldn't matter, Lydia.
Mm-hmm.
It looks
Ikromid
like
knows
some
exactly
field
what's
spell.
happening here.
Oh, missing.
Yep, that's a miss. Ikromid, give me those 2d20s.
15 with all adjustments. And another 15 with all adjustments at 8th level fighter.
Yeah, but still, I would have had a 17 then instead of a 14.
Alright. Regardless, all missile fire is kind of negated by what this thing did. Let me just
Okay.
double check to make sure, because I don't want to fuck you over if your missile fire.
No, it's not a shield spell. That just ups its armor class.
Casting time that much, duration,
I think
It's no.
What have I
area of
missed?
effect.
We're under attack by a blue dragon because Borgar forgot to wake us up before
Umbra.
sun.
You wake up and the party is shooting at a massive blue dragon above you all. And
That's what I
yeah,
just said.
Chromate, unless I'm misreading the spell, I'll tell you what it did later. You can tell me critique, because we're going to be ending the session after this one round and keeping you in
Oh,
stasis.
no,
'Cause
not just one round. Come on.
Alright, fine. Well, I'll try it. Point is, I'll talk with you later what this thing did. You can tell me if it was bullshit and we can revert time.
Right.
Regardless,
Wait, like
So-
we're actually fighting a blue dragon, or is this a joke?
Yes, we're fighting the blue dragon.
okay.
Oh.
Get your
So
shit
yeah,
in gear quick.
crossbow fail, crossbow fail. What is the casting time on the Dispel Magic?
I believe it's 3 segments, but I will double check.
Let me check myself. This is in the monster manual. I don't know why the fuck I'm looking for the magic user spell Dispel Magic in the monster manual.
Because that's a boof moment. It's okay.
This is magic user 4th level. It's lesser.
Third.
Where is it?
Casting time 3 segments.
3 segments. Okay. Okay. Let me check this. So, the party did have indeed initiative. Most of this was pre-initiative. Borgov, I treated your first arrow as essentially crossbow because you had time before this thing got there to, okay, this is how fast it's moving. I'll line up the shot so I fire at the optimal time. Okay, so it's closing that distance. You start casting, and it will try to use its breath weapon. Will your Dispel Magic hit it first? How long does a dragon's breath weapon take?
It opens its mouth and goes.
So I want to say that would go. And the thing is, you know what a blue dragon does.
Yeah, but you might want to check the dragon entry for
I'm
its
doing
range.
it right now. Oh, the range is 300 feet.
So it's got to get within 300 feet, and I fired at medium range maximum, which was
480, no? It had 180
yeah,
feet more to cross.
480.
So with its movement speed of that much, 24 tens of yards, 240 yards, which is fucking math. 480 plus another 240 is 680, 720 feet over 60 seconds, calculator time. 720, fucking calculator. 720 divided by 60 means that while flying it has a movement speed of 12 feet per second. Now it needed to cover 180, so clear 180 divided by 12 equals 15. So that's 15 seconds. A segment is 6 seconds, which means 18 seconds. So really your Dispel will go off right as it goes for the breath weapon, I think.
Yes!
Math, people!
I timed it right.
You did. Okay,
I
so it's
guess
going for that
maybe.
breath weapon. You can, let's see, I believe it gets a saving? Let me check.
Nope.
No?
Nope. You got a dice percentage, or I dice percentage,
Okay.
to see if it's successful.
The base chance is 50%. For every level of experience the caster above the creature whose magic is to be dispelled, increases by 5%. If there are 10 levels of difference, it's a 100% chance. Okay, Blue Dragon, you have how many hit dice? Let me check you again. Because that's your level, is your hit dice.
Did you roll for what age brackets it's in?
Oh, I know exactly where it is. Okay, Roll me dice percentage in the dice rolls, or with your own dice.
My own dice give me 22.
22. Okay. It goes and charts to shoot a lightning thing, and you cast a spell, and the lightning terminates early.
Ha, bitch!
You
Guys,
canceled
I just
the
saved you
fucking
all from a
breath
lot of
weapon.
fucking damage. I negated his fucking breath weapon.
Uh-huh. Anyway, it
Oh,
roars
isn't-
something, and it keeps
isn't.
swooping on overhead.
Isn't he pissed?
Yeah, he is. Party, he is now heading to the west. You're not sure if he's going to do a turnaround attack or not. So at this point, that's mostly because I don't think anyone has actions that can affect it here. Oh, Borgov. That's Dora's, my bad. I will let you fire your 2 crossbows. Since, you know, it's
first
drop
one?
fire. Last one's kind of iffy, so that will be at long range.
Okay, that's a 15 at fourth level fighter.
15 as a 4th level. Fails to hit. Dice your next one.
Now I'm gonna 1-2 you again, you big flying scaly bitch.
Is anyone in the party? Nope, actually, I won't ask.
Nat 20, bitches!
Nat 20? GG. Dice
Yeah.
percentage.
Let's hope this actually hits.
If you get double out, I'm gonna be sad.
48.
48. Ankle hit. Double damage. Dice your damage.
With the damage of 4, not double.
4 doubled becomes 8 to the leg.
So this crossbow bolt hit while all the others failed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I might have knocked out whatever other spell he had.
Okay. At this time, party, to put it in new, because like we're gonna run kind of funky here with the rounds, but no one else can do anything for this round, and it's doing a wide turn to do this thing again because dragons aren't armor class A. Not armor class, flight class A. So it actually has to turn around and do shit. Umbra casting prayer. Umbra, put the casting time in there, please.
So Borgov's second shot is no.
Borgov with the bow, do you wish to take that second shot? You're at long range.
I feel like this is an appropriate time to use magic arrows.
Oh yeah.
Nah, save it for something more dangerous than a dragon.
Yes!
Yeah, something really, really dangerous.
Hold up.
Oh, I just
yeah.
reminded Scorpius of something.
Okay.
I can't believe you threw a dragon on us.
I didn't throw a dragon at you. You all found yourselves at a dragon's lair. What the fuck was I supposed to do? Let y'all knock down the front door?
Hold on a minute.
He found
Where
himself
did I
miles
miss?
away from.
What in the hell did I miss? You're gonna have to fill me in when I get back.
From the
Dungeon
creature
Master.
catalog. Yeah?
I am dropping Invis. I'm not sure if I did that before or not. No, I went revisit. I'm dropping Invis, grabbing one of the longbows I left on my wagon, and I am using that +3 arrow of slaying.
I was wondering if you'd remember that. Save it for a dragon. I figured that might trip your memory. I said that deliberately. I'm so happy.
No. I was already looking at my character sheet.
Okay. 16 tens of yards. Give me a second here. Because I need to check a spell.
Colin morphing.
Yeah, so magic
Turning
missile
a
is
dragon into a
480 feet,
480
which
feet.
is well outside of his breath weapon range if he wants to try wasting number 2 of his 3 for the day.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what this is, though. 4
And- And I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
If we fucking murk this thing, oh god. Think of the XP, guys.
Yeah, we survived.
It's a dragon. What's the worst that could happen?
Our
If my arrow
getting
kills it,
brutally
I
burnt.
want the first set of armor out of this thing.
I've been brought back from the dead once. I'm ready to fight God or become him.
Technically, you've been back from the dead twice.
You have fun with that door.
Yes, but one of those is because the DM felt bad.
Both of them were
He
because the
felt
DM felt
bad
bad.
both times.
I don't like it when I murder my players and they didn't have a chance to fight back. In this case, you all picked this fight.
No, we didn't pick this fight. Borgoff forgot to wake us up like he was supposed to.
Y'all approached this thing's fucking lair.
I said we're still a mile away, though.
Dragons see distance very differently than dwarves. A
Yeah,
mile?
but the cystic
What
was
is
there
that, a
before
minute?
us.
There's a fun entry about cystic and blue dragons in the creature catalog. You should read about that at some point after this fight, probably. Not after this fight, but after the cystic are defeated. Because I assume a Chromie's either going to be able to kill it or flee, possibly. At which point they're fucked either way. But regardless, Cat, what do you want? What do you want?
I mean, if we kill it, I just get to practice my butchering.
Oh yeah, you do.
Oh,
Okay,
not the cat again.
I am back.
What
Yeah,
does that
now
have
would
to
be
do
the
with butchering?
perfect time for the cat.
Oh hell yeah! I do want to get some dragon hide armor.
Now, what was
fuck
the
you.
thing? A D6 for each level of the. Okay.
Girls, I said something before you, just after you left, and I said if my arrow of flame kills it, I want the first set of armor.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, Dora's bow magic arrow. Umbra casting prayer 6 segments. A Chloromid magic missile just before he comes into range. Scorpius dropping invisibility, pulling out longbow, and the +3 arrow of slaying. Then wait until he's in range to shoot, making sure he has the best possible chance to hit. So that means you're waiting until he gets to close range.
Yes.
Okay, Borgov, what are you doing?
Is this my one or
that's
two
right.
attack round? Since I do shoot at 7th level.
It would be 3.
Okay.
Isn't it just 3 every round? for him?
No, at 7th level you're 5 for 2, so 3 then 2 then 3 then 2.
Oh, okay.
Which range, Borgov? Close range, where you don't suffer a penalty to hit?
Get on Kibbutz.
Mid-range.
Go for it, Grormead.
Shoot at medium range. Take your second shot at close range, your third shot again at medium range as he's passing, or he's engaged in melee.
Because the dragon
I
would
said
totally engage in
mid-range.
melee.
Don't go for the long range shot. Go medium. Then you'll either get 2 at normal, close range, or he's passing overhead. But I doubt he's going to breathe again. He can only do it 3 times a day. And I already shut him down once, and I'm doing shit, and he's pissed.
Yep. Okay, so let's see. I have the party's action in bow 3 times per round. So Doraz, you're waiting till he goes to medium range?
Medium, then short, then medium again.
Okay. Umbra casting
Dungeon
prayer.
Master.
Pyramid magic missiles, yes.
Would this be the same blue dragon Scorpius saw those many days before?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I wanted to ask
You don't
that.
know now, do
Is
you?
it- I wanted to ask
Do
if
I
this was the
recognize
dragon that we
it?
saw
It's
flying
what I'm
over.
asking.
It looks like a fucking blue dragon. You didn't bother to really... It was too high to get details. You can indeed see that this is a dragon, and it is blue.
Okay.
I'll let
One
you
of
know
you
once
is
the
gonna need
statute
to
of
fill me
limitations
in.
is over. Okay, dropping invis, pulling out arrow, slaying, wait until he's in range, close range, okay. Holding fire until in range, so that's medium, then... my bad, that's medium, then... Fucking Christ. Medium, then short. Goddamn.
So, Lydia, you've got dibs on the first suit of hide armor from this thing?
If my arrow thing kills it.
Okay, well, I've got dibs on its spellbook if it has one.
That's if it has one.
Oh, please. Like I would say that all dragons on Denalia get spells.
I got dibs on healing all of you because that's all I do.
Yeah, funny story about all
I
dragons
called-
getting spells. This one does, and he
called
outranges
this
you.
one second for spell armor.
Now let me double check. Da-da-da-da-da.
Wow, for all the shit that I killed, I don't have dragons on the list.
Huh. Really?
That's not, well, other than fairy dragons. That's not to say I haven't fought them, I just might not have recorded it.
8 feet.
I mean,
Borgo
Borgo and I
killed a
Pocket
dragon.
dragon.
Oh,
Yeah.
Borgo killed
okay,
it.
party. We're about to do some very grindy saving throws. It turns around. Y'all line up your bow shots and get ready, and it starts casting from quite a distance, because lightning bolt outranges magic missiles. Save, party. As lightning shoots out, not from this thing's mouth, from like its nose or something.
Oh, it threw a spell.
Forked lightning strikes. Okay, now 1d6 for every hit die this thing has.
17.
Okay, party. This will be the save versus half.
I'm not impressed.
I need to update my
D20, right?
Mm-hmm.
I save, bitches!
GG.
So does Borgov.
Golden
But I
didn't.
wish that was for my hit.
Yeah, oof. The healer went?
What is this?
Oof.
You both get 20s and I get a 2?
Oof.
Wow.
Yeah, 17.
One of
Okay.
you give me one of those zeros.
Those of you with 20s saved, for sure.
Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a
Dungeon
look.
Master, I rolled a 9.
Before bonuses, so
That's
calc
fine.
your bonuses.
Yeah, I'm going to count for you.
Scorpius,
Wait,
you
my
got a
armor,
save.
my armor
Umbra, no.
also plays into that, doesn't it? 'Cause this
Okay,
is-
this
Scorpius,
is
you got a
versus-
20, you save.
This is versus spell.
This is versus breath weapon. Yeah, spell, my bad. Brain.
Okay, magic
I'm-
users at my level need a 10, and I'm sure I've got multiple bonuses, so
Alright,
I
so you'll
save.
save. Okay.
I'm about to be Ash, aren't I? I'm actually about to be turned into like a paladin.
So,
Did I
those of
think
you
it
that
was fighter?
make your saving throws will take half damage, which is, I believe... Doris, did you save?
I had a 17. I don't know
17,
if that
that's right.
passes it.
Yeah, that's a save.
Yeah. Everyone who is not Umbra will take
I should have just stayed asleep.
28 points of damage. Umbra, you take 56 points of damage. And now we get to do
Alright,
saving throws for
I'm
your items,
down.
people.
I am down.
only
I'm at
for the
negative
people
1.
that failed.
Hmm?
If you made your saving throw, your items saved.
Oh, that's a good
Now,
point. Umbra.
what
will have to make
distance did
saving
he
throws.
cast this lightning bolt at?
Alright, so Lightning Bolt has the 4 tens of yards plus 1 tens of yards per level. I measured it against yours. He can start casting it at 18 tens of yards, if not further. Not to mention, that's just the distance, then the bolt appears. The bolt itself is an additional, where is it? 4 tens of yards long for the forked bolt, which it is.
So he unleashed it at what range?
Before your thing, if you want the actual number, give me a second.
Yeah,
Around the
that's
numbers.
what I'm trying to find out, is did he throw the bolt before I started casting?
Good question. Let me see. Casting time of 1 segment, travel speed. Give me a second here to do some math. I'm sorry.
I just want to find out
Right.
if my spell was ruined. But you said
Double
28 hit points of damage.
Yeah, huh?
For the people
How
who
many-
saved, or was that without the save?
That 28 if you saved.
Yeah.
Well, I need to make a
How-
system shock.
How much damage did you say?
56.
Okay, I'm at negative 1.
Oof.
Medic down. Yep.
Yeah, I'm about to be a pile of ash. Okay.
Alright, I'm good.
I should
I
stay to
have to
sleep.
make I also have to make a system shock.
Yep.
When we're done with this, one of you is explaining why we're in a dragon fight.
I just explained it to you.
I know, but why are we in here?
Okay, so Crowmeat, it takes you 1 segment to cast. You were going to start casting when it hit
Say it about the 170 range.
the
Because as fast
170.
as he's... Well, at 170 yards, because as fast as he's moving, I would have hit him as soon as he was in range. But I think he got his spell off at his maximum range.
He did.
So I
Okay.
would, I don't think I would have started yet. That's what I'm trying to confirm.
Calculating flight speed over distance. I want to say, yeah, you did not have your spell interrupted. You were about to start, and then zap! Umborth goes down. Borgov, Doris, and Scorpius probably need to make saving throws, respectively.
Wait, isn't it
Not
just
saving
for
throws,
half?
system
Like
shocks.
if you get half?
Okay.
Wait,
Umbra,
when do you
we're gonna do
system
after
shock?
session saving throws for your items, because that will just bog down session right now. So unless someone tries to use one of your items, then we save. Okay.
Engine Master, may I sacrifice my bow fire, the first one, to bind her wounds if I saw her go down?
Give me a second. Actually, give me a d20.
Oh, okay. 9,
What's your perception? 15?
15.
You're looking at down the barrel of your bow at a dragon charging, and you pass your perception check by 6. I want to say you noticed. Grills, input?
But you got hit by lightning with a blinding flash? No,
Yeah,
you're
but
still...
I never moved for waking up, so I would be near her within like 3 feet.
Yeah, but you were focused on your target. So... I see where you're going, Lydia, and I feel for you. But I think you would go ahead and take the shot because your peripheral vision is kind of skewed because you've got this arrow of slaying. Here's your chance.
It's true.
Yeah, but I also took her lightning bolt to the face, so I'm pretty sure my eyesight is kind of fucked.
Well, you rolled. You made your saving throw. You rolled away, and
It was a forked lightning bolt. I mean, I couldn't roll far.
well, you rolled enough that you only took half damage. Yeah, for
Okay,
game
I'll take the
mechanics,
shot.
take the shot, Lydia. That's really the way it should go.
Yeah, I want to say so. After that, I'll give you a second perception check to check Umbra.
I don't know why. I find it funny.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to play my character correctly because that's exactly what I would have sacrificed what I was doing to check on her.
Ain't gonna matter if that dragon makes another pass and we don't kill it.
This is true.
Alright. So, Scorpius, what are you doing? You're firing the bow?
How far away is it?
Okay, so it fired from longer distance than you all can hit, and now it's, swooping over yet again. Okay, so bow fire, casting prayer interrupted, magic missiles, will hit first, obviously. You can dice damage.
Reverse Jinx. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay.
Okay,
Magic
Scorpius, Bowfire, Borgov, Holding Fire. Okay. Borgov, Scorpius, and Dorez. You can roll your hits in dice rolls. This thing will
Again,
fly on
how
over you.
far is it away?
You're waiting for the optimal time, which means short distance?
Yes.
Okay. So, like,
going-
right now it's flying on over. Distance is hard to measure.
I
What'd
am
you say?
firing.
Okay.
First shot is a 6
Okay,
at
so
7.
this is 3.
Okay. Noted on that. Waiting for Bowfire people. Marking off 17 hit points.
And a low will
Wait,
hit.
are we-
20.
are we-
Oh,
Huh!
shit!
Yeah!
Dirty
My reverse
20.
Jinx worked!
Okay. Okay, so let's start from the top. Dorez, that's a miss. Borgov, that's a miss. Scorpius, I'm pretty sure that hits. What do you attack as again? 5th? 6th?
6th level fighter or 7th level assassin.
Okay, yeah, that's a hit.
Because it's a +3 arrow, and I'm a +3 to hit, and that's subtract 2 because I'm not proficient. That still left me with a bonus of a +4.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
My
Dice
reverse
your damage.
Jinx worked.
Is this gonna be like? Oh man, this is serious.
5 points
And
of
it is
damage.
an arrow of slaying.
Sadly, it is not an arrow of dragon slaying, as the dragon will take that shot like a champ and keep on flying.
Okay.
But damn, if that had been an arrow of
Right.
dragon slaying, I would have called session right there. That was awesome!
It just says arrow of slaying.
Oh, I told you it was arrow of slaying. I had to roll on a subtitle to figure out which type it was. Now that it's gone, that was an arrow of golem slaying.
That's fucking useless. I'm glad I used it.
No, I mean, against the clay golem, that would have been tops, but still, you made the most out of it.
Uh-huh.
That
Had
was
that been an
beautiful.
arrow of dragon slaying.
I'm
That
glad
was
we didn't
beautiful, Lydia.
scratch.
You did great.
Okay,
It
now.
didn't-
Glad we didn't scratch. Stop. Basher with it.
Mm-hmm. Now, Crowmead, Spellfire, then switching to a wand to do a thing there, Grills, is that a thing players can do? That's
Okay. He's at a distance.
That's a good point.
Now,
Yeah.
if he lands on top of us, or if he passes overhead. I mean, what else am I going to do? Stand there for the next
It's a good point.
54
Yeah.
seconds and not do a damn thing?
I suppose, yeah, since it's essentially almost like loading a crossbow. You figured out the distance, you know, it's not perfect, obviously. There's probably like a 10-foot variance in either direction. It's like, okay, when he gets to here, I'm going to fire.
It took him more than a round to turn around and come back.
It's true.
Okay. So as soon as he's in range, of course, he blasted us from outside of range, and I returned fire. But then here he comes, and I've still got like a minute. So yeah, safe, bitch.
I'd say, yeah. Okay, give me a second because I need to update him because he no longer has that spell usable today.
I really love how my character was just like woke up. What in the fuck is that?
Blam!
And then just
And you're asleep again.
I should have just stayed asleep, man.
Yeah, you would have been immune to the effects of it had you been sleeping sickness. Okay.
Kept
So,
sleeping.
Bowfire people, Dorez, this is you twice. You can take your parting. Well, I say parting, but your next shots.
Would this be in close range?
Dorez, this one for you is in close range. Scorpius, this one will be for you at medium range. Borgov, this one will be for you at medium range.
Dungeon Master, I will use
11.
one of my.
What did you say, Lydia?
I was going to tell Dungeon Master I'm using one of the arrows I've coated with scorpion venom.
Nice.
Dorez, that's a miss.
Okay. I don't know what magical properties this thing has. So.
15 at 6.
6, 15, that is a hit. Dice your damage. And it gets a 20 on the saving throw, so it resists the poison. For 2 damage, noted.
You seem less enthused when you said that.
Yeah, I want you guys to kill this, and it got a 20 on this. That would have killed it. Okay, 12
Don't
at
worry,
5th.
I have more doused.
Good. 12 at 5th is insufficient, unfortunately, Borgov. Okay, Dorez, you have your final thing there, and Akromid, we're about to tackle your saving throw.
And this one's at medium, correct? Yeah. 5 plus whatever the magic bonuses are at 7.
Okay, 5 is a miss, unfortunately. Okay. Party, it's of course more than 60 seconds that this thing will have to take to turn around. It circles around the mountain. Y'all can
Dungeon
prepare
Master,
your
is
next
60
things.
seconds long enough for Scorpius to look around for Umbra and bind her wounds?
Yeah, you will see that. You can bind her
Alright.
wounds.
You see a charred body lying there.
Oh, great. This is going to the skies.
Yeah, bitch. You want to fly over me? We're gonna do with that.
Alright, Jaziel comes on over. He's not fast enough to chase this thing. Not for that distance.
Yeah, does Borgop see any of the tower shields in the the wagon?
Are there tower shields on the wagon? Whoever's responsible for keeping track of it?
No.
There are.
We had to
Borgov,
unload.
you will
never
look and
unloaded
see none.
We unloaded them.
I'm gonna guess
Ah,
my
yeah.
saving throws would be like if my stuff melted.
We're going to cover that later when it comes
to
pertinent.
wagon.
Yeah.
No, because we had to unload them because we went and used the wagons to bring food and stuff back. We never put them back on.
Okay, poison arrow, bow, magic arrows, medium, and close. Use rope. The fucking rope? I don't know if I can get this. Give me a fucking second here. Hold the
Yeah.
fuck up.
Yeah, you big fucking winged lizard. I'm gonna tie you up and watch you
It's
crash
42
to the
feet
ground.
long.
All I've
I
got
don't-
to do,
I
all
don't
I've
think
got
that's...
to do is tie the wings.
Question:
Yeah, but I don't think that's
or
going
just
to
one
work.
wing? If you just rope one wing, it's down.
Yeah.
Unless
One
it has
wing,
the fly
that's all.
spell.
He better cast it before he hits the ground.
Oh shit, motherfucker, crash.
Or even Featherfall could save him, but now
Alright.
he's on the ground.
So, Chromate, it's funky as hell. Do you have the fly spell? No, you don't. Yeah, Jaziel is gonna take off, and like you're trying to hold on, and it's invisible, and it yeah. So the thing is, I looked this up. Jaziel's flight class, because this is in the DMG here. What was it called again? Fucking is gonna kill me now.
Maneuverability class.
Maneuverability. Thank you. Maneuverability. That's not how you spell that, is it? Nope. I
How
looked
about
at.
How are the cystic looking right now?
Approaching.
But are they like not seeing us? We're just like taking this thing and just helping.
Oh, they're approaching. Weapons drawn. They're a bit of a ways off.
So not a morale check. I mean, they just saw us take this thing's lightning bolt to the face, and we're still fighting.
Mm-hmm. One of you went down. And I
One
mean,
did.
they've seen you before.
Well, technically, if she was down to -1 and I bound her wound, she should be back at 0, but she should be able to get up.
I don't know if I want to get.
Umbra, are you
don't
going
know
to
if I
attempt to
wanna
rise, or
get
are
up.
you going to attempt to rest? Where was it?
You know- Taking a nap sounds good right now.
We need your help.
I mean, you don't have to move much to cast heal on yourself. You don't have to like stand up.
I
I'll get
forget
up
where it
normally.
was. I did this somewhere. I figured out Jaziel's maneuverability class. I think he was D, maybe E.
I'll wake up.
Alright, Double M, try page 50 or 51 of the DMG.
Mm-hmm. I was looking. Obviously, there's nothing there about Nightmare, because they didn't expect you to ever try and fight or ride one of those. dragon, of course.
Dragons are class E.
Indeed.
Lack of maneuverability due to large size may seem to put dragons at a disadvantage in the air, but their powerful breath weapon somewhat makes up for this. On an attack pass, a dragon can either bite or use its claws, never both. A dragon may choose to breathe as an approach and then pass with a slash with fang or claw.
I'm
Let's
familiar.
see. What would be comparable to a nightmare?
Hippogriff?
Pegasus.
Griffin?
Pegasus, actually, yeah.
Pegasus, it's a
Hippogriff,
horse.
maneuverability class C.
Griffin maneuverability class C, D when mounted. Note that armor classes are one worse when they're mounted because they have less maneuverability to keep the
Okay,
rider
but
on.
you know what? D is still better than E.
That's just true.
Huh.
So that gives you like
I'm
more
quite
maneuver.
confused. Why would you use a hippogriff when you could use a Pegasus, which is a fucking horse?
Well, because I was looking and couldn't find it, and hippogriffs are part horse, and there's Pegasus, also maneuverability class C, D when mounted. Okay. So I know
This
it's
is interesting.
maneuverability class and use. So are you leaving your party behind to pursue this thing at Croromade?
I have to. They
Oh.
can't keep taking these barrages. And if that fucker is going to stay high up, then elevation will be his death.
Alright, Croromade, he's making his turnaround, he will, see you approaching. This is going to be on 3 dimensions, XYZ coordinates. It's going to be hard to properly describe. Jaziel's approaching from below him, obviously. He's up above because he likes doing this thing where he flies around and then dives you all and then swoops back up, as per most flying things.
Right.
Anyway, so yeah, he does see you, and it looks like he's moving to deal with you. Okay, so party on the ground. The Cystic are approaching from the base of this mountain here. So Umbra, I never did determine if you wanted to get up or not.
Yeah, I want to wake up. I'm guessing
D20.
my HP's at 0 now.
10. What's your
10.
wisdom?
My wisdom is a 16.
You wake to Scorpius tending your wounds, and oh fuck, your wounds hurt. Oh god, it's the worst pain.
Scorpius will say, heal yourself, bitch. Well, not
And
bitch, but you get the point.
Scorpius has the tough love approach going on. Okay, Croromede, we're gonna tackle you separately here. Right. Aerial combat, round 1. Gong. I know what this thing is doing. What are you doing? Shift out and turn so we can strike from behind. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're going to fade border. And his maneuverability class is worse than ours. We can fade back in, and I can try the rope attack. Okay.
Okay. How far away were you from this thing when you said that?
I'm going to run for a couple of drags real quick while you handle the ground combat, because I think I've got the dragon by the tail.
You might. Okay. Ground party. Jaziel and Croromede are staying up in the air, at least for the current bit. The Cystic are approaching. They're maybe 5 minutes out. What are you all doing?
5 minutes out, which means they're in bow range. So,
They
I'm
have
going to be
shields
shooting.
up. And, okay, going to be shooting. Put it in actions. Round combat. Round 1. We might have to roll back time here if, like, the thing falls out of the sky on top of the Cystic. We'll see. Umbra, you can dice your healing. That's you for the round.
I'm fucking dying.
Four.
4 points of damage.
Healing.
No, it was 4 healing for me.
Okay, you're at 4 hit points.
Oh my god.
Okay. Right, before they close, let me describe the lineup a bit. So, let me pull up the Cystic. There are about a dozen of these people mounted. They have scimitars and shields out. There are 8 mounts. And they have spears and bow people, and the bow people are firing at you, mind you. The mounts have 2 riders on them. One has spear, the other has bow. towards the front of the thing, leading this charge, not on a thing, but the front, not on a Zaitar, but on the front of the ground forces, is a very large specimen, the Queen. She has 6 guards, also larger than their compatriots. They have scimitars, spears, shields. The Queen has a scimitar and shield. And yeah, she has her scimitar raised above her head in the traditional charge at them and fucking kill. Anywho, party, yeah.
Okay. I am back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back. Okay, so we can actually run this concurrently. The Sisthik are 5 rounds out from hitting the party. The party is doing missile fire, but the Sisthik also have missile fire. Croromede and Jazeel and the dragon will be up in the air. Okay, let's see what we got here. Croromede, how close were you to the dragon when you said what you did, by the way?
Well, I'm pretty sure we've got speed over him. So the plan is that we shift out, and as he's passing through us, we shift back in, and I unleash the rope.
Okay. So let's see what we got here. Creatures can turn 60, creatures can turn 30 feet per round and require that. Okay, let's see what we got here. There was a bit here where it talked about the amount of vertical distance that could be covered with the flight class, and I can't find it now, and I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
Damage, final note. Okay, I can't find it. I'm gonna have to run this thing as best I can with your guidance. Okay, let's deal with the ground people first. There are 8 Sisthik both people, and you're at ranged and they're at range. Take your shots and call out your targets if you wish, now that I've described them to you.
Did you read my message?
Aiming for the queen.
I have not gotten a message from you, Aiden.
It's in actions.
Action for the round, if you dread.
Bow fire, dipped an arrow, fire at the big one, focus fire. Okay, there we go.
19 at 7th, aiming for the queen.
Okay, duly noted. We're going to deal with that shortly, because they also get bow fire. By the way, party, give me an initiative roll.
Oh, I missed.
I'm running off.
Oh.
I'll roll it.
Okay. Alright.
It fell off the table. Fun.
So, should we re-roll our attacks since you didn't ask for initiative first?
No, initiative will still
Okay.
come into play, same difference. Okay, so Scorpius miss, obviously. Dorez, you said you got a 19 on the queen?
19 at 7th on the queen.
7, 19. Dice your damage.
Is your thing poisoned?
5 damage. It is not, sadly.
Okay, duly noted. You know, she tries to raise her spear, but you manage to stick her in the shoulder, and, yeah, one of the guards just reaches over and rips it out for her.
Oh.
And yeah, their bow fire comes at you. So, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 targets, and those many of them. Fuck you, bitches. Okay. So, let's start at the top of the list. Borgov, what's your armor class?
-1.
-1. So, these thingies here, to hit -1, need a that.
Dungeon
That'll be
Master, am
one
I drawing
hit.
any of Dungeon Master, am I drawing any of their fire?
You are on an invisible horse heading up to deal with the dragon, and they specifically were doing a thingy here. You know what, I'll give you a... Nope, you're not drawing any of their fire. They somehow missed the giant horse.
I'm
Oh, well.
flying. I'm flying.
You're flying, I know. Alright.
Which
So,
means-
Borgov, mark off a stone skin.
Okay.
Dorez, you said you were armor class 8.
Armor class 8 because I don't have a AC bonus.
Wait, that
Okay.
lightning bolt wouldn't have come into play with stone skin, right?
No.
Nope.
Spells are not.
Dorez, mark off a stone skin.
Alright.
Stone skin only stops physical damage.
Scorpius, that's a 3 and 2
Not
miss.
magical.
Umbra, what is your armor class?
-3.
Normally it is. You're casting a spell to heal yourself, Umbra.
Does that negate armor?
You can't, like, dance around to avoid missile fire. You have to focus on your spell. And given the initiative and bow fire, yeah, this will occur, the first shot at least, during the period of that.
Then
So,
0.
Umbra, what's your dexterity? 0? Okay. These things to Thack O takes that. Okay. And that's a miss. Okay, lucky you, Umbra. Okay, that's your bowfire
What?
taken care of.
I remember your
arrows missed
AC
you,
and
Umbra.
stuff.
Okay. All I heard was lucky me. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, you're lucky. The arrows missed, so your stone skins are intact, and you'll probably get your spell off.
Okay. Yeah, Umbra, your spell will be uninterrupted. Scorpius, you rolled to hit. Dorez, you rolled to hit. Let's see. Bowfire, Poison Queen. Firing after Scorp at his advisement. Borgov, did you roll to hit yet?
Hey, is this at the range where Borgov has the -2 penalty?
No, this is at the range where you have a -4 penalty.
What?
This is long range.
You said they were 5 minutes out.
5 minutes of charging at you. Long range.
It would have been a good idea to probably preface that they are charging at us. Because I also did.
Advancing, they're not charging. Although the mounts are charging, I should point.
Also, you had mentioned that they were that far away.
Yeah, you said 5 minutes.
Would you like to
Okay.
redact any of your options, people?
Concentrate fire on the nearest starship.
Still firing.
Okay,
I'm gonna be
Scorpius and Dorez, would you like to?
I'm
S-
even
Okay, guys. Take those long-range shots, but poison your arrows and aim for the mounts.
Okay.
You're going to lose an attack per round by poisoning your arrows, but if you hit, yeah.
You say poison. I don't have poison.
You should really get that.
In that case,
What do you attack
that's-
as?
5th level fighter.
I thought I
Level
gave everyone
fire,
poison.
17.
No.
Hmm.
Well, you kind of hoarded all them when you ever gave any to was Doran.
17. Okay, Borgov, that's a hit. Dice your damage.
No, I'm pretty sure I factored out the purple worm venom.
Yeah, and that was just the Doras.
No, he gave some to Umbra as well.
4. Nicely
4
done.
more
She,
points.
you
I know there
smack
was
the queen.
something we killed, and I got like 8 doses of poison, and 3 people got poisoned.
Okay.
That's not me.
Let's move on to Akrormi, Jaziel, and the dragon. Okay, so Jaziel's charging up at the dragon. Vertical height's kind of a thing, but you know, you're ready, and he's trying not to shift to give it away, although, hold up, he's invisible.
Dude, it's 11:40.
It is. I'm getting tired for this shit, but we're gonna run this proper. Run it straight into the fucking ground. I want to just give this to Akrormi to make it simple, but no, I gotta play smart here. Dragon
So we
is not
shift
stupid.
out.
Oh, so you're
And
shifted right now. Okay, so it's gonna go for the claw because it doesn't get that, I don't think. Because,
We
you know, it's
shift
already
out
invisible.
before it can- We shift out before it can hit us, and Jaziel pulls a U-turn in the air and shifts back in, and I unleash the rope.
Alright, Jaziel pulling a U-turn in the air. Okay, he has better maneuverability class than this. Okay. Alright, so, you know, you're charging at it. It's diving down to meet you with a claw outstretched, and Jaziel shifts, and the claw passes straight through you, Akrormi, as you're in the border. And then you're behind it, and shift out, and Jaziel shifts back out. You utter the command word, as this thing is... how do dragons do this? Because dragons know they're low maneuverability class, so they do these passing strikes and then keep going. So let me look at the rope of entanglement to see distance here.
Well, in any event, we're behind it now. Jaziel has got speed and maneuverability over this bitch.
Mm-hmm.
So effectively, it would still hit.
So no, hold on, because I need to see... It takes 1 segment to go out, 1 segment to entwine, 1 segment... Okay, so 3 segments to finish, but it takes 2 segments to get to that, then. So 2 segments is 12 seconds. How much distance can this thing cover in 12 seconds?
Probably not faster than the Hell Horse.
Is it faster than the dragon moving away from the Hell Horse? Because the dragon isn't trying to turn in midair and fight like that. No, it's doing sweeping passes. That's how dragons do. And this thing doesn't give me a speed.
Jaziel would have checked,
20 feet
so-
forward. Well, if we're looking at this... Oh, he just put shifting rope. Akromid, are you doing it right as Jaziel turns around, or like you're trying to get distance on this guy? The dragon.
I am not saying the
distance.
command word until we are behind it and close enough for it to cover the range.
Okay, so let me rephrase that then. So, okay, it shifts, it goes around, Jaziel keeps turning, this thing's moving. Jaziel versus it, I think they actually have the same movement speed. Let me double check. Okay, this guy, 24 tens of yards per round. Jaziel. Nightmare. Nightmare has... Oh, never mind. The Nightmare is actually faster. Fuck me.
Yeah.
I love that laugh. Okay, damn. Alright, let me think about how this is going to go down. So, okay, you're chasing from behind it. It's not stupid, obviously.
Rope. It's not stupid,
Alright,
but it doesn't
Ikro,
know what I'm doing.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't know what a rope of entanglement is. Just knows that you're behind it, and it's trying to get to where it can do that to you.
And
Alright.
another thing is, if he tries to turn to face them, that gives them more than enough time to actually rope him.
Indeed.
So either way, he knows he's screwed, so he has to do a Hail Mary.
A Hail Mary, interesting.
Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka.
Alright,
boom
this thing is
shakalaka,
turning to
boom.
try and face you, Kuromid. You
Rope.
say the command word for the rope. The rope goes out. Now, how the fuck do you even aim a rope of entanglement? You don't.
I throw it with my 18 double-aught strength and
Uh-huh.
my really high dex,
Okay. Cannot be
which
broken
is dex of 17. Yeah.
No, so obviously it will. You just need to say the command word, and it lashes forwards 20 feet or upwards 10 feet, so you have to get pretty close to this thing. So the thing starts to turn, Jaziel gets you close enough, you utter the command word, the rope goes out and lashes around it, and, yeah, it will start to lash around it, and, okay, how is this thing going to respond? Because it has a couple things it could try to do. Breath weapon, okay. We'll tackle that next round as it opens its mouth to bellow the breath weapon.
Go all the way down.
Archers, second fire.
Question: is it going to breath weapon its own wing?
It's breath weapon a Kroll made in Jaziel.
Oh.
A final fuck you.
14 at 7.
And then we have to figure out where it's gonna be versus the party, and what the fuck happens there. Okay,
Have it
14
land on the
at
system.
7.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get a
7,
keypad.
14, that's a hit, Dorez, dice your damage.
6 damage.
6 damage. I don't recall you calling the shot, or is this a called shot? That, you know what I mean.
Not a cold shot.
Okay.
It is on the queen, correct?
Yep.
Okay, 6 damage on the queen. You know, at this
That's
point,
really
her
helpful.
people are wise to you. The guards are going in front of her with shields up, providing her cover. The rest of you continuing to fire on her, or switching targets?
On her.
On her, duly noted, Scorpius. This will make it harder to hit. Are you sure you wish to do that?
I'm
Oh,
fine,
hold on,
I'll
wait a
take
minute.
it.
I forgot to calculate range. What was that again? 16, 17 at 7th? 16 at 7th. No, that still hits.
In theory, right? If they miss the queen, they have a chance to hit the people standing in front of her.
Mm-hmm. So Scorpius rolled a hit.
How far are they?
At this point, give me a second, and I will tell you exactly if you really must know. Creature
Yes,
catalog.
I do, because that affects my bonuses.
I mean, you can roll with your normal strength, not strength, your normal dex bonus, and I'll do the adjustments like I've been doing for Dorez, who didn't do it.
Alright. 17.
17 before penalties. Now let me double check. Yeah, this is
And these
still...
are douse. Well, all the arrows I'm going to be shooting are douse with scorpion venom.
Okay. So 17 at 5th level, 6th level?
6th level.
17 at 6 does that, and then the penalty brings that to there, and then that to there. That arrow will hit one of their shields and not do damage.
Okay.
Alright, let's see. Umbra, you're healing. Borgov, I believe you have a bow shot.
Borgov is firing at one of the guards.
Going
Okay.
for smoke rise. I'll be right
Roll
back.
ahead.
Sorry, I had to leave you on tackle the dragon, but we couldn't get face in front.
18. And you did do that penalty there at what level again?
5th.
5th level. Dice your damage. 6 damage.
It's the Wacom 472.
Okay, you wound that guy pretty damn good. Nicely done. Okay. I believe that's party for the round.
That's true.
Did it disable his shield ability?
No.
Really
He didn't target his shield or shield arm. Obviously, you wouldn't target the shield.
I really enjoy that.
Now I need to figure fucking shit out. God crap. Where the fuck were these people at? They were over there, which would mean they'd be over there. At that point... Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay, no, so it's a bit north.
Are they landing on the Sithic?
You don't know. Unless you'd like to stop your action for the round to look up and gauge how far the dragon's gonna go when it falls.
I mean, to be fair, I did my healing.
Well, I mean, if it falls near us, we would be able to see a giant-ass fucking black spot underneath us.
It's true.
That's true.
Why is the ground shady and dark?
And at that point, I would bolt in whatever direction.
Fucking fade.
Not me.
Oh,
What did I miss?
Currently, I have Umbra just sitting there.
Torres,
healing herself.
what are you
I don't
evading?
have healing.
on mine. Or maybe it does, but I don't know. I wouldn't even notice. I don't know. I wouldn't even know because I had to.
Okay.
No, I have to.
Let's see what we got here. Monster roaming list, because I forgot something here.
No, I don't have this. It's not 600. It's a G640.
Okay, so Croromede, this thing's basically gonna opt to use its breath weapon to you as it goes down. Congratulations with that fucking rope.
Okay, well, I've got an action plan.
I know.
Are we new?
We're in new. You can do it at this point. I'm waiting for Scorpius and you.
Actually, like,
Leap off Jaziel at the dragon and yell out, "Shift Jaziel." What the hell are you doing, man? My god, this is some superhero bullshit. Okay.
I can do it too.
Hey, Croromede, give me an initiative roll just for you and Jaziel. You
For
want?
me, a 5.
Okay. Shift Jaziel. Shift Jaziel. Okay, that
Shift
takes about
Jaziel!
2 seconds. Oh, I think Jaziel will be able to shift in
How
time.
far is the Zytar?
Okay, so the Zytar are about around. They're gonna end up around ahead of the rest of the forces, given their movement speed being 1/4 better. So the Sithic will be in 3 rounds. The Zytar will be in 2.
Okay, now this is if I manage to do what I'm trying to do, this should be a morale breaker.
This will be a morale breaker if you do it. You are gonna tank that fucking breath weapon though as you fall through the air. You know that, right?
I still get a saving throw.
You do. Okay, actions. I'm still waiting on Scorp. Firing on the lead lizard mounts. Keep firing on the queen. I'll aim for the mounts. Okay. Well, everyone, your second shots you can redirect with that information, but since you all are acting mostly simultaneously here, yeah. So
Well,
those
they're
first
still
shots.
firing at the queen, which are still the 2 guards in front. So that's, I'm just reverberating that I will be taking care of the mounts that are slowly getting closer.
Let's deal with a Croromede first.
What's happening?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Croromede, you tell Jaziel to shift and jump off of him, and he does indeed shift. And, okay, the dragon is falling through the air down, and the wind is whistling past your face as it goes for the breath weapon save.
10, unmodified.
10 unmodified. Modify it. I'm pretty sure you save.
I'm
Save
pretty
is for
sure
half,
I
right?
do. Save is for half.
Okay, so I need...
Let's see. Against breath weapon, I need, let's see, it's a magic user, a 13. As a fighter, I need a 12. As an assassin, I need a 15. So 10, no, 12 is my best. Dungeon Master, I'm wearing +2 armor. Does that
I could have
count?
sworn... That should count.
Doesn't
Invisible
your
attack form.
brooch
Although,
also
hold on, wait. You're
count?
falling through the air. You can't really control yourself, so... your dex bonus wouldn't apply to the saving throw here. There is no
Okay.
dexterity falling.
I'm wearing a scarab with protection. That's one. And
would the displacer close work count as
yes,
well?
displacement.
And
That's
your
number
armor?
2. I
Your
get
armor?
I get a +2 from displacement and a +1 from the scarab. Anything else
forgot
doesn't matter.
to
That is
write
a
down the breath weapon damage. What was it? Fucking where is it?
so I saved for half.
Okay, now remind me again. Breath weapon damage. How did we calculate that? That was fucking killing me. Hold on, wait. I think I have it written down. That's right. Wasn't it fucking 10 per hit point? Or hit die? My bad, not hit point. My god. Okay, let's do this. What'd you get?
I saved.
You save. Okay. Ikroromid, 40 damage.
40?
40. Lightning zaps out from this thing's mouth as it goes down, and you're going down with it. And at this point, gravity is taking hold, and thanks to Newton, we know that objects fall at the same speed regardless of mass.
Okay, that hurt pretty damn bad. But
just wait till the landing. So, speaking of the landing, let's calculate fall damage. 1 hit point per 10 feet for the dragon. You're stone skin.
I'm at 19 hit points, and I have stone skin.
Damn right you do. Okay.
Damn, that hurt.
Yeah, it did. So we're gonna cut away from the falling dragon and Titan of fucking Eld, who just jumped off a hell horse to tackle a dragon that braved lightning.
Hey, wait. Can I have my roll to hit?
How are you gonna catch up to this thing? Objects fall at the same speed, regardless of mass.
Yeah, but if he tightens up, he can go faster.
He's trying to stay aloft. I'm not.
Oh, fair enough. All right, I'll allow you 1 hit. Roll to hit.
Yeah, there are specific ways to fall faster.
Don't fall and hit yourself.
Aside from sword, what bonuses can I add, Dungeon Master? I rolled an 8.
Sword, strength, that should be sufficient. You get +9.
Okay, dirty 20.
Dirty 20, yeah. Okay, yeah, that hits. Dice your damage.
10 plus 12. 22 hit points of damage.
22 points of damage. Hot diggity damn.
Yeah! And I'll ride him to the ground.
Okay. So, I'm going to calculate its fall damage, because that might be enough to kill it at this point real quick. And before it hits the ground, we're going to deal with most of combat, because it should be falling for about, at that distance, I don't know how fucking fast things fall anymore. I'm going to say at the end of the round for fucking dramatic effect, because it's trying to stay aloft and failing.
You can tell me the mass and the gravitational force.
Sure thing.
Calculate it.
Earth-like planet, gravitational force, and the weight of a dragon. Help me figure that out. Anyways, moving forwards.
I'm going to be up there at least 30 seconds.
Y'all were about 500 feet up at Goromid.
Oh yeah, it's dead. It's
dead.
fucking dead.
That's 50 points of damage? Or 50 die 4?
50 die 6.
That's right. If it gets minimum, it might live.
I took a physics class. I could barely help you if you actually wanted accurate thing.
Dungeon Master, I'll go ahead and mark off a stone skin.
Yeah. There's going to be little bits of dragon splattered all over the place.
And Borgo, today is not a good day. I need to get married first.
Today is a good day to jump out a dragon from the sky.
I still need to get married.
He's burning through the sky. Yeah.
You would have been married weeks ago, but no, you had to say no. Let's have an actual wedding.
Right.
Let's just not get married right then and there.
Because you want an actual wedding.
My God, what a fucking
He's
session
a
this turned into.
He's a
Okay, ground party. Take your shots.
If you say so.
Long range.
Can I take my heal?
Umbra,
They're still at long range?
Give me a second. Medium range is 400. They move that fast. Yeah, long range.
Well, that's definitely more than like 5 minutes.
Okay, let me do the math again. Maybe I fucked it up. Creature catalog. Systhink. Well, that's why it's Systhink, not Systhink, but that still didn't work. Tortle, this thingy, this fucker, that thingy. Hey, look, Rockman, Pachydaemon, Men, Lupin, Kata, Garl, Yeah, see, I've already passed it. It's PQRS. Cystic Desert Scourge. Okay. Movement speed is at that. So for them to reach that distance is that many feet per round. Oh, that should be yards, shouldn't it? My god, it's killing me. Here. Calculator. Give me a second here, guys. 270 times 4 equals 1024. So they're at the top of the 4th round, means they're 1,000 feet away. Medium distance starts at 480 for the heavy crossbow. Yeah.
But I'm using a longbow.
Alright, what's the medium distance for a longbow?
Are you asking me? Because I fucking don't know.
Me neither.
You're the dungeon master. Grill.
I can go find it.
Okay, guys, what are y'all asking about ranges?
Yeah,
Yeah,
where do you
longbow.
see the ranges for these weapons?
It's
I'm
on
looking
page
on.
38 on
I'm
Player's
looking
Handbook.
on my DMG screen, which is probably different from yours, but hurled weapons and missiles, fire rate, short, medium, long ranges are given for
Yeah, I see those.
hand axe,
Combined
composite
weapons.
bow, long, short, blah blah blah.
Alright, give me a second, I'm searching.
They're looking out of character.
Sonic Blast. Okay, give me a second. Okay, page 36.
21
Yeah,
at
there.
for a long distance for a longbow.
Okay, so for the number listed for short range, that distance and anything less is short. Same applies to
What is that,
medium and
tens of
long.
yards or feet or?
Sure.
That is tens of yards.
Okay, so longbow. Long range is 21 tens of yards. That's 210 times 3.
630 feet.
Mhm.
630 feet.
So yeah, these things are at long range.
Oh, that's right. I don't have.
Okay, party people. Back to the action. Umbra, we're gonna wait on your healing for a minute. Dora's dice your evasion. That's a d6, and you are a thief, so +2.
Can I interrupt really quick?
Yeah, huh?
Okay, Dungeon Master, I amended with try to make hero landing on my actions for the round.
I will fucking allow it, but understand, you stab this thing, it's coming down. You're coming down on top of it. Hero landing might be eh.
Yeah, and I'm
My
gonna go
God.
first mode while you deal with the ground forces.
My AC is a 3 in this round.
You believe your AC to be a
How
thief?
is the
Okay.
mounted ones? How far away are they?
I wonder if the dragon would hit terminal velocity.
No. Why would I drop a dragon on you? That would be evil. Give me a second there.
No, I wonder if it
Double
hits
check this.
terminal velocity though, because of how much it weighs and how fast it.
Yeah, but it's also struggling to stay afloat, so it's actually
Yeah,
slowing itself
Well,
down, so it probably won't hit terminal
it's
velocity.
technical velocity it can max out because it's trying to
Oh,
float.
wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, Grills is
Oh,
gonna
God.
fucking hate my guts.
Oh god.
Wait, someone just said y'all both trash.
Huh?
Oh, this ain't over, bitches.
Mm.
Okay, Zytar. Okay, Zytar move at the same rate players do. Give me a second.
So that's they should be.
Which is 12 tens of
Players
yards.
move at
per
12 feet, so that's 360 feet.
times 10 times 360 feet. Okay, so they are 2 rounds out, would become 720 feet. Hold up, they might just have broken long range. Let me check this again. Bow, long, 210. These things are at 720. Yeah, now they're still long.
Alright.
Okay. So yeah, the charging Sisthik on Zytar are starting to, get closer, obviously, than the ground forces, who will be a full round behind them by the time this is done, since they have a difference of 1/4 of their speed, so it ends up being a round because of...
I'm shooting at the lead one.
Okay, there are 8 of them, so you're shooting at... we're just gonna make it alpha. Okay, dice your damage. Yeah, dice your damage, no, roll to hit.
Why is my
23. 21, that's right. Yeah.
So 17 at 6.
Give me a second. 21. Yeah, that hits. Dice your damage. And you're targeting
And
the
this
mount,
is-
right?
Yes, and this is poison. And it
Okay.
is save or die.
Indeed. 12. They save as fighters. For 1 damage.
1 point.
Here, let me mark that off. Very important that we mark off that 1 damage. Oh, I never did their arrow fire, but I'll cover that in a second. In fact, we never diced initiative. Ground Party, give me a d6. It won't affect things much here.
Yeah.
Okay, they did have initiative there, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
No
they
fire.
save as fighters. Give me a second. DM screen. Saving throw versus poison. As a that level fighter, it saves. Okay. Just barely, though. 1 point lower would have missed. That failed. Alright. Borgov. Borgov. You may roll to hit.
Okay.
Oof.
Oh, by the way, DM,
Yeah, huh?
Just say Joe.
I actually calculated it
Crazy.
based on some. Well, I took some liberties, but I arrived at something around 10 seconds it would take for it to fall.
Okay.
Dramatic effect will occur. Besides, there's something funny I want to do, and I'm just going to time it to the end of the round. God is intervening here directly. No.
So we got into medium range.
Oh, it's a
No, you're still at long range.
Okay.
That's still the
15 at
15
fifth.
at 5th level. On the queen, or one of her guards? That's
No,
right.
I'm going with one of the guards.
Okay, dice your damage. Same guard as before?
Sure.
Okay.
So it looks like other than dice rolls and what was said verbally, I didn't miss anything.
Nope,
Oh,
although
no,
there is
no,
something
you
you're going to
missed a
hate me
lot.
for.
Yeah.
There's
You
something
may
you're
I'm
going to
be
fucking
screwed out of
hate
your
me for.
kill.
I'm sorry, and I've anticipated something horrible already.
Okay, now it's the Cystic's turn. Borgov, that is indeed a hit, does some damage, bounces off the armor deal.
I did
Ranges.
dice damage.
I'm saying you hit, you did damage, and now we move on to their attacks. So, Borgov, your armor class is -1, correct?
Yeah.
Hey, Mama.
Okay. Borgov, -1, needs
killed the dragon.
that to hit. Miss. Okay, onwards to Dorez. You are attempting to evade your armor class 3 at this point.
Our class 3.
Okay, how many stone skins do you have on? 2? One? Okay, the first arrow will actually manage to hit you. It's harder to dodge around in that peg leg than you thought, obviously. The second one does also hit. For 1 damage.
Alright.
Scorpius, what armor class are you again?
0.
0. Sorry, I keep asking. There's a lot to juggle.
I'm effectively just a permanent 0 because I always have my buckler on.
Okay, you have a stone skin on as well, I believe, or 2?
I have 2.
Mark them both off as hit.
Bing, bing.
Umbra,
-3.
dice percentage.
What?
Dice percentage.
Oh god. 14.
Triple damage. Okay. Oof. 15 points of damage on you.
Wait, isn't
Stone skin.
Stone
Uh-huh.
skin. Lucky
Stone
you.
skin.
Oh, you are so
That
lucky.
would have just killed me.
The arrow shatters on impact. You
Stone skin
lucky
for the save.
daughter of a bitch. You thought I was about to pull the grills and be like, it fumbled. No, it critted. Okay.
Go hide behind the wagon.
Okay, at this point, Borgov and Scorpius, you may roll your second hits. Scorpius, you
Okay.
targeting the same mount again? This is still long distance.
Yeah. 22. So 18.
Alright,
It should be a hit.
Borgov, that's a miss, obviously. Scorpius, that's a hit, dice your damage.
5. Save or
5.
die, bitch. Save or die.
How many arrows did you coat?
All of them.
All of them, okay. 5 on this guy, puts him down to there. 15, he saves. Oh, my bad, not 45, 35, genius.
I'm guessing my spell broke then.
Yeah, no, Umbra, your concentration is broken and that spell is lost.
Can I go? Yeah, can I go wander off to the wagon?
Sure.
And by
Where do you want
wander,
to go?
I can run to the wagon. If there's the wagon, I don't know what's going on.
You're
Throwing
taking
weight
cover
to the
behind the
wagon?
wagon?
Yes.
Okay, duly noted. Right, so that was your guys' things. Now they get their second attacks. Okay, Borgov, you are armor class -1. You know what, Acromede? What spell would you like to try and cast? And what components does it have? Because I'm going to be real with you, Somatics is kind of
I
out.
hope it's a wand.
Oh yeah, I could do a wand. Well, what do I see down there below me, Dungeon Master?
Well, okay, so taking a second to look, you all aren't going to fall on anyone. It's not quite the... It's like, take the area between the two groups and then move north about 50 feet.
Okay, so they're separated by a significant distance?
About 2 or 3 minutes of travel, depending on if you're following the mounts or the Cystic, yeah.
Do I think I have 18 seconds of flight time?
I mean, Borgov calculated it to be less, but yeah, you've got about 18 seconds for dramatic purposes.
Oh,
Maybe more.
good hell.
Well, I said that because I don't necessarily know the surface area to weight ratio of a dragon, which would affect drag.
Forget about this map.
I'm
Well,
going
Dungeon
to do
Master-
things an adult.
Dungeon Master, if I think I...
You failed.
Okay, Dungeon Master, if I think I have time, lightning bolt on the massive cystic. If
You're
I'm not
attempting-
sure,
Hmm.
if I'm not sure, then sleep.
Okay. So let's
Hey,
start...
double down.
You obviously aren't going to be sure, so let's look at sleep. Yes. Player.
Just a random thought.
Oh no. Go ahead.
Now, this is... You don't have to say it, I'm sure you won't. Would the rope take fall damage?
No.
Not one. It's a rope.
Okay. Because I thought that's what you were being evil about, and I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Oh, it's gonna
Would I
it's still
cackle
have to make
that
an
loudly
item
over
saving
a rope?
throw. It's still gonna have to make a
Yes.
saving throw, but
Yes, you
it'll
would. That
probably
rope has
make it.
ruined your entire life.
No, it hasn't. It has forced me to become a smarter DM. Carmen, give me a
And
D20.
Golden, why are you reminding him of things that could deprive us of one of our best weapons?
I mean,
Bad,
that's what we
Umbra,
talked about.
bad.
Okay. Akromid, you aren't sure of the distance, obviously. You know, it's intense.
And I'll go with sleep.
Go
And
on
I'll
with
put
sleep.
it on. I'll throw it at the front runners when I think I'm going to be in range.
Okay. So, give me that D20 as you're falling through the air.
D20,
D20.
18.
Shit, I
You want
completely
it
messed up. But
I'm sorry, Akromid, you're attempting to do the somatics and the wind is whipping at you and, like, you can't focus. You lose your spell. It's not going.
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
sorry. I tried to play it honest. That's how I would run it. Unless you disagree there.
I'm not complaining.
Okay, where are we? Back to the Cystic, because they just did their attack. Sporgov, did I cover you yet? No, I did not. That's right, I was about to, and then we got interrupted by that. So to hit you, they need a that. They rolled a... Sporgov, do you have any more stone skins?
Yep.
Well, take that off. Okay, Dorez at 3. Give me a second. No, those miss. Scorpius, dice percentage. $32. Give me a second to look at that table there.
Was that a fumble or a crit?
Arrow broken. Alright, the thing fires the arrow and it breaks. I don't know. Alright, Umbra, you're under the thing. That's good cover there, so they're Hail Marying and both shots miss. Good for you. Okay. That is it for this round. Now we are going to stop here. It's already 12:11, which is 71 minutes past normal end time.
Wait,
Round
how far
3.
how high up in the air am I right now?
Oh, hold on. We're about to cover that. Cystic in 2 rounds, comma, Chargers
now,
in 1.
I'm gonna be
comma.
entirely honest. I made a mistake in calculations.
Alright.
I calculated for distance as in feet instead of meters, which means that
Yeah, it should be 4
at
times longer.
most
40
he would
seconds.
probably. No, it would be around like 5.5, and well, it would be slightly increased by the drag, and as well, the dragon is trying to still lift up with whatever force he
So,
can.
Ikroromid, are you holding onto this dragon as you fall, or freestyling it? What's the story?
I'm freestyling it. I stabbed him for some awesome damage, and I see the ground rushing up, and I'm going for that hero landing.
Alright, in this case, Ikroromid, you're maybe a few seconds from impact, and the dragon says... And it casts Featherfall!
Then I'll attack him.
You'll attack him at the start of next round, put it in actions.
This will be my 2-attack round. And he's bound.
Anyway, so yeah, it doesn't hit the ground hard.
Well,
You hit the ground hard, take off Stone's gun.
Drazilla's still there, so he can still attack before that happens.
Wait, is it Mead still on the dragon?
If he's casting... Wait, can he cast? Are his claws free for the smash?
Dragons need claws to cast?
He's verbal somatic material.
Hold the fuck up. I thought dragon casting was different than normal casting.
That's up to you. You're the dungeon master.
I had honestly done it that way. I have freestyled dragons a bit more than any other mob, because dragons are pathetic in Monster Manual 1. I had assumed it was like a by willpower.
Hey, we're falling at the same rate. If he starts casting, I want to smack him.
It's a 1/10 of a segment, and he's timing it to right about before the round. Like, right before you hit the ground.
Can you even see the ground, though?
You can look and see the ground. It's a dragon.
Well,
it has a lizard back.
If he's got time to cast, I've got time to attack.
Ikroromid, this is Featherfall. 1/10 of a segment.
Okay, so just under a second.
Just under a second. You're going to respond to the fact that he is casting in just under a second, right as you're about to hit the ground, and you're unconsciously bracing for impact? Well, not even unconsciously. Like, you know you're stone-skinned. You've done this before. You're still going to brace. Like, tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm not trying to be mean.
Okay, but if he's still alive, then yeah, I'll hit him on the way down.
Like, I don't think you get it here, Ikromid. He's waiting till you're mostly, like, what, 5 seconds off the ground or to the ground or so, falling at your pretty high speeds. He's saying that to you, then casting that 1/10 of a segment spell.
Well, if he's saying it, then that gives the Ikromid time to actually hit him before he's finished. So,
Alright, fine. Ikromid, give me a d20. Let's see if you can work your way over there. You want high.
17.
Okay, roll to hit.
19 without bonuses.
Dice your damage.
7 plus 12 plus whatever inertia from the fall. 19 hit points of damage.
Okay, brings him down to there, and then... there. Would it? 1/10 of a segment, let's see if that was the right time. Nope, he managed to get it off.
even though he's saying something to Ikromid, and Ikromid just smacked them.
That's Lydia. It's okay. No.
Well, no, I'm using this as a learning experience. So whatever.
He cussed me out, and I smacked him.
Yeah.
And he still got his spell off. Die, bitch. And then we both hit the ground. He might not take fall damage, but neither did I. And he's tied up.
This is true. He's still fucked next round regardless.
Yeah,
for the record, had he actually not had
wait.
Featherfall, he would have taken 181 points of damage and fucking exploded.
Dragon jumps for miles.
Like, don't get me wrong. Hey, if I hadn't remembered that this guy does have his spells and quickly flipped through them to see if there is something he would use, and I was like, oh, Featherfall. Oh, this is beautiful. And then I started cackling.
Double M.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, double M. Seriously? Hold on, Golden. I'm sorry to interrupt. But double M, I thought you were going to have Dragon fall on the party.
I did roll to see where it would end up. That's what the percent of dice left me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Where is it?
Okay, so party, and the distance between you and the Sislic groups, which isn't that much great at this point. It's still technically long range, but won't be for longer. And then about 50 feet north.
I almost passed
And
it.
hey, even though the dragon is still alive, I just
Party.
dropped that thing out of the sky. Their morale is going to suck.
Yep, not as bad as if it exploded, but yeah. To the... Okay, currently it is round 3. The dragon
I'm gonna tell you
and
the
me...
only. If Umbra saw it and then Coralie landed next to it and it survived, her thought was just like, either that thing lived or Cormid wanted it to live and he's gonna tame it. One of two things is happening here.
But yeah,
In
so
either
speaking
one,
magic using blue dragon of sufficient hit dice to fucking kill Umbra in one breath
Yeah.
weapon. Well, almost. Suppose she lives.
Yeah, and you know what? If a Cormid got his hands on that, imagine what would happen.
I'm expecting him to somehow speed it into submission. I just know it. That fucking...
A lightning
Yes,
dragon
Okay.
flyer.
I will beat it in submission
He's about to either tame this thing or he's about to kill it. It's
and
like,
make it my
what the-
pack mule.
I mean, it would
Listen,
help ferrying
I
all
wouldn't-
those supplies from Rinvera.
I would not surprise if you tame this thing. I'm gonna be
I'd
honest.
be a little disappointed.
If you got a
I'm looking
Rivera,
forward
though, I
to
feel
that
like
armor.
people would try to shoot it out of the sky.
Okay.
If they saw Corby, no, they wouldn't.
Dungeon Master, are we calling the session at this
Mhm.
point?
Yep.
Okay.
The guards.
Well, this got interesting.
Yeah, no kidding. I reference a short section of the Sisthik in the Fiend Folio, where it talks about how they sometimes get alliances with blue dragons to raid towns and villages. I had an idea. I ran with it.
Take off this sweater.
Safe to say this is an adult one.
Yep.
Hey guys. Guys,
AR-10, I get out of AR-10.
let me
is
get to
actually-
12th level.